welcome to our Sunday Night Ops. What's going on, Diesel? Chris Boyer, glad you guys are here. Sorry, Diesel, you lost out on the TBM from the community. Hopefully that's not too loud with all these airplanes departing. We've got people crossing the runways on each other right now. So I'm on vacation, and we'll be through the next week. So we're going to do an extended stream tonight. I guess it's more of a staycation. But to celebrate the break from the office, we'll be doing a 5-leg flight plan tonight. We're in the ground of Boston, and we'll be doing a leg between Boston to Nantucket, Nantucket to Provincetown, Provincetown to East Hampton, East Hampton to Newark, and Newark back to Boston. So if you guys could do me a real quick favor, hit that like button down below. It's super helpful for getting everybody to join us while we're streaming here. The more likes we get, the more YouTube likes to push it up on people's screens. And because this is going to be a really good one today. I did move the time of day back to 1 p.m. local time. When I shifted it earlier, it looked like about 4:30 it got dark. So we are pretty far up the northeast of the United States right now. But yeah, so 4:30, it's pretty dark. So we'll move that back to 1:02 real quick. So that's why we did that. Since we're in the TBM, we're going to be quite a bit lower, and I'm expecting to have a lot of good visuals. Got a bag of pecans. Okay, Diesel, pecans or pecans, since it is Thanksgiving this week, and a cup of cold tea. I'm ready for this marathon stream. Cold tea. What are you drinking cold? Are you talking about iced tea, like sweet tea? Okay. So, oh, by the way, Thanksgiving, like I mentioned before, we do have the Black Friday sale with Pimax, so check out the links down below in the description. If you're interested in that, you can save up to $160. And right now, we have Mad Dog, myself, Ron, who may or may not actually be flying, I'm not sure yet, but he's the guy who's been spiraling to his doom lately, so he's definitely offering some in-flight entertainment. And then Sabenza is back, so we are glad to have him back here. I think he's reloading. He is currently on the Xbox and about to enter the world of being on a desktop PC. So, pretty excited for him in that one. And Mike is back with us tonight. He's been away for the week, so glad to have him back too. Alright, so if anyone would like to join the stream, or the flight, just let me know. And you can click on that Discord link down below, and we can get you set up pretty quickly. With as many stops as we have, we should be able to get you up in the air alongside us, no problem. Alright, so let's hop back at the cockpit and get this thing started. Okay, I'm back. And I clicked the right button this time, thank God. Alright, we have not loaded up this airplane yet, so let's take a look at some brief flight plan here, and we'll pull up the weight and balance sheet also. Payload, block fuel, 824 pounds of fuel. We currently have a little bit more than that, so let's drop that down just a hair. 824. That'll get us close enough. And then the payload, we have 1,226 pounds. With a takeoff weight, actually it's probably easier, just look at the takeoff weight, 6776. And that's close enough. Biggest thing we want to make sure we have plenty of fuel. We need 824, we've got 836, so good there. Okay, now that that is taken care of, let's go ahead and get this thing shut. Make sure the engine cover is shutting. Diesel says he's got nice cold sweet tea. Okay, there you go. Is it Southern sweet? Actually, I know it's Southern sweet. I absolutely know it's Southern sweet with you. And we got everybody boarded, so let's get the ramp up and shut the door. Leave the front door open here for a moment. Not flying today, Ron? Okay, gotcha. Hope you feel better. Okay, let's go ahead and get the crash bar up. We'll move on over to battery. We're not sitting here too terribly long. Go ahead and get our nav lights on. and ignition set to auto. Come down to the panel below, and let's get the master radio turned on and go into ground clearance. Excuse me. So, flight plan, should be able to load the flight plan. I've already got it in SimBrief. I went ahead, and if anyone is curious, guys, I did link each individual leg, all 5 of them, in the schedule channel with links. So it's should be pretty easy. It seemed like it worked pretty well for Mike. You might need to have the TBM 850 as far as the I guess it's the profile. So I don't know if that works or not without having that loaded in, but it's worth a try. Thanks, Hurts to talk. Not COVID or flu or strep or on antibiotics. Okay, good. I'm glad that it's not either those 3. Those are definitely terrible. I've had all 3 within the past year, so I feel for you. Okay, so let's go ahead and import our flight plan from SimBrief. May take a few seconds. Okay, analyzing KBOS to Nantucket. That is correct. Pretty simple flight plan. We're just going over to Marconi and then heading south, I believe. Yes. Take a look at our map, make sure everything here looks correct, and it does. Let's turn the terrain off for now. We should have no issues with that today. Okay, everything there looks good. I am expecting runway at 22 right from the SimBrief profile. Actually, does it show? Yeah, it does right here. So 22 right, direct to LF Victor to Nantucket, landing 24. Weather, average wind is 55 knots from 274. Temperature at our cruise altitude, which was flight level 130, is going to be a negative 18 degrees Celsius. And METAR at KBOS is the winds are 260, 8 knots. And from 200 to 280. Plenty of visibility, temperatures 9 degrees Celsius, altimeter 288, and this is when SimBrief made the flight plan, so we may have to double check that altimeter. That being said, I think that'll take care of most of our concerns here, so let's go in here. We don't have any procedures going on, so what we're going to do is we are looking at 22 right, which is this runway right here, so we're going to taxi out. Down, what taxiway is that? Bravo. Bravo is right along 15 right here. Cross 15 right onto November. And hold short to 2 right. We'll depart the airport straight out and do a left turn vector to join the nav track. Pretty simple. Our approach, we'll want to take a look at that real quick because it is very soon after we get up in the air. This thing moves a lot faster than a Cessna. We're expecting runway 24. And let's just pull up the runways here. Expecting 24. So we are pretty much going to do a straight in to 24. We'll vector ourselves out just a hair. Shouldn't be anything too crazy. Maybe even add ACK in there. Don't think there's any procedure. Oh, there is an ILS for 24. Okay, we could add that if you guys want to. Let's load in the ILS for 24.
It has the ACK transition, so it lines up with what you said.
Yep. Oh, did I do something wrong here? Nope. Procedures. ACK transition. I want to go direct to Abube. Abube.
Mm-hmm.
And it has me doing a procedure turn. So let's take a look at that. What we might do is leave Lima Foxtrot Victor and go straight to Abube.
Mm-hmm.
Abube. So we will do a direct after LFE, straight to there, go straight into the ILS. I'll clean that up a little bit.
That's them. They call it LFV. They call it Marconi.
Marconi?
It's the Marconi VOR. I
Okay.
thought that was kind of cool.
Oh, yeah. Marconi. Alright, so we are happy there. We'll zoom in a little bit here just to make sure everything's happy there. Let's check our voltage. We want to be above 24.5. We are. Good to go there. Let's go ahead and get our strobe light on. Fuel select to manual. Aux booster pump on. Levers are all down. Let's bring our prop all the way up. Make sure all these are registering just fine. They are. And let's get this thing started. So, back up to the overhead. Starter to on. We'll go over to main on the generator. NG 15%. We will move the power lever up to low idle. You can hear that fuel getting shoved in there real quick. 52, 53%. We'll go up the high. And we'll go ahead and close this door. Oh, gotta get the stairs first. And high idle. I did not catch my ITT temp, but I don't see any exceedances on the engine trim monitor here, so we're okay. Go ahead and clear out these master caution. Double check the overhead. Ignition's auto. Starter can come off. We are on main on the generator here. So let's go ahead and get our gyros turned on. Ignition auto. Everything up top's good. Bleed to auto. Air conditioning to on. Fan flow to auto. And we're going to be up to 13,000 feet. So we are going to be okay at sea level on the cabin altitude here. Okay, let's get our HSI master on. I did add JD's beta indication. So if anybody's familiar with JD's checklist, I did have he had a mod for the TBM for the beta. So I'm curious to test that out here in a minute once we start rolling. But I think what it'll do is when we're out of the beta range, it turns off. Yep, that's exactly what it does. So that's a good indication for us because there's not really anything tactile. Autopilot trims master is on. Gears all checked down, levers down. Should be cooling off inside the cockpit. Or warming up, I guess. It's pretty chilly here today. So 54. And am I forgetting anything else? Or setup? I don't think so. So what we're going to be doing is going to our altitude, 15,000 feet, going direct there. The autopilot's not working. Right, pitot heat's on. Oh, aux bolt. Booster pump to auto. Alright. So Benz, did you have something?
You say 15,000 feet, 1.5?
1.3. 13.
1.3.
Yep. Alright, I like to keep the trim at the bottom of the green. Let's go ahead and go down to takeoff flaps. We're pretty much ready to go, so we'll get the landing lights on. Gyros are all on. Everything on the overhead is taken care of. I don't recall if I started my track IR or not. It appears I did not. Get that started real quick. Alrighty. It's all set. Let's go ahead and get the inertial separator turned on. No need for any of the anti-ice. Everything down below is good, and auto select on the fuel. Only thing, two things I have left are park brake and the beta mode, which beta mode is going to kind of come and go as I move the throttle leader. Diesel, do you have a mod to change the cockpit color? This livery changed some of the colors. I think this panel is the same. It might be slightly different as the default. But I am ready when you guys are.
Ron, you doing all right?
Ron says he's not flying tonight.
Oh,
So
okay.
he might just be in here listening at this point. Yeah, it has something to do with maybe the livery. I'm not sure. Alright, let's go park and brake off. And kind of tight quarters here, so we're going to pretend this guy to our right is not there. Keep this at the top of the beta range. Let's get rolling. Yeah, walk away. Walk away quickly before you get chopped up. Become hamburger. Alright, it's nice having that beta range right there. Makes it'll make taxiing quite a bit easier. Alright, we're going to hop onto Bravo here, which is what we're on. Benzo, you good? Oh, somebody just drove right through me.
Well, I can't see anybody.
I see you.
So I spawned in and I could see everybody's name on the world map, but
Yeah.
lost everybody.
Yeah, hopefully
Actually,
they
I'm gonna
get that bug fixed here soon enough.
pull off here just for a second. That my wife's putting up Christmas decorations, and there was just a loud bang and thump from upstairs. So let me go
Okay.
see what's going on.
That's never a good thing. Man, this beta range is so tiny.
Yeah.
Alright, coming up on November, it'll be that taxiway right here in front of us. Trying to get rolling again here. Go out of beta range for a second, just get sped up. Wow, that guy's moving. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Hey guys, enjoy Boston. I used to live there years ago. Oh, really? John, that's awesome. I've actually never been to Boston. I think, Mike, you've been here plenty of times, though, haven't you?
Yeah, been a few.
A few. Alright, gonna cross 15 right. Clear to the left. Clear to the right. One head tracking. And continue on with November. John, I've got the Fly Tampa scenery for Boston here, so I think you could have appreciated if you spent some time in and around this airport. This actually looks really nice.
So it's pretty good.
Yes, it's amazing. So, beta range in the TBM is a mode for taxiing. So, at idle, with the prop. So, if you were to move around with just that idle prop without the beta range, it would essentially. So, if we go out of beta, here, I'll show you. You start just speeding up really, really quickly. Let's check this tiny little runway, make sure there's no GA aircraft. Don't see anything. Ooh, these winds are pushing me all over the place. I looked to the left and right for a second. I was about off the taxiway. So
You're running your prop full?
right now it's in full, yes.
Okay.
But basically, the beta range is just an easier way to taxi. It keeps the speed of the airplane down. Alright, let's double check that altimeter because I don't think I put it in. Let's see what the latest is at the airport. Open airport. Weather. Altimeter is 29901. Close, or pretty close. And we can take this first right here, Mike. Alright, inertial separator's on. Altimeter's correct. Takeoff flaps. Prop and power are full. And inertial separators, already said that. I think we are good to go. Trim is at the bottom of the green there. Let's just trim it up just a hair more. There we go. I'd heard the term, but never knew what it was. Yep, it's for turboprops. If they were to, I guess it's the pitch of the blades when you engage the powers. It must move it along too quickly. All right, Mike, clear left, clear right. Landing lights on. Get out of here.
Right behind you.
Let me see if I get my autopilot to kick in now that we're moving. It's having an issue a second ago. Alright, so altitude, there he goes. Altitude going up to 13,000. Let's climb out at 1,800 feet per minute. And yes, I noticed that went there. Okay. And then we are going to set our heading bug, go into heading mode, and we're going to depart straight up, head to the left. It looks like Peter's, or not Peter, but the Benz is up ahead of us there. He's on the roll, so we'll let him clear the runway.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see you guys. I thought I was behind you guys.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I knew you couldn't, so I saw you cut off and go. So I was like, oh, that works.
It is windy.
Yes. All right, let's creep that throttle in. Make sure we don't do any torque exceedance. Yeah, I saw you wiggling on departure there.
Yeah, it's blowing. Whoa. Okay.
Yep. All right. Full power. 203% torque. Let's get airborne. Whoa! Prepare some right aileron on departure there, Mike. Positive rate. Gear up. Keep nosing up. Get that trim going.
I'm getting into my ITT here. This is my first time back in a while, so I don't have the fancy new 850. I'm rocking the 930 here.
Oh, you'll love this thing.
Familiarity here. Yeah, I didn't want to look like a complete jackass when I got started, so I was like, I better stick with something that I'm at least partially familiar with.
Yeah. Alright, we are at least 1,000 feet above the ground, so let's go ahead and get flaps up. Start turning to our nav track, and we will arm our nav mode once we get turned here. Alright, flaps are up, gears up. Let's go ahead and change CDI to GPS and arm nav mode. Actually, I think I went straight into nav mode. That works even better. There's the airport from the air. You can see how nice it is, especially with the tower they have there. It's one of a kind, that's for sure.
Are you going direct to
The nav track.
LFD? Direct LFD, Marconi?
Yes. And you got the singular windmill down here. It's interesting. Let's do a right turn to get back onto the nav track, and then here in a minute we'll go to 850 mode. This thing is hand flying excellently today. Weather's nice. A little windy, but not too turbulent. go ahead and go into autopilot mode here so we can let the plane do a little work for us. I'm going to pull the torque back to make sure that we don't over torque the aircraft. Once we start getting a drop there, you can see it moving down just a hair. Let's go to A50 mode. Yeah, we'll bump her up to about 121%. Nice and slow. It is really easy to damage the engine if you move this too fast. We'll leave the weather radar on standby for now. Pretty easy to see what's out in front of us. At 115%, creeping on up to 121. And around 20,000 feet, just depending on the pressure, you will eventually get to the point where you can just firewall this thing and keep on flying up. It's not quite firewalled right now. We'd be exceeding the engine torque otherwise. Alright, you can see the pressure raising on the engine cabin altitude, but the altitude is staying right around 0 there. Vertical speed going up is armed, so we'll have to double check, make sure that captures at 13,000 feet. Oh no! Guys, we got a slight problem here. Somebody forgot to shut the baggage door. Well, we can't do much about it right now, so hopefully it doesn't fly off.
Supposed to be a full stop landing.
Yes, all these are full stops. Thankfully.
You might need a little aileron trim to
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully whoever built that hinge did a really good job.
You can't reach back and shut it in the air?
I can, but I'm gonna pretend that I can't.
Okay. Oh, that's true. Right. You'd have to be outside the plane to shut it in real life.
Yeah, I don't know how well that would work right now. All right, so that's what we get for failing to do our walk down or walk around. Oh, and I forgot to turn off my inertial separator, so I'm going to pull the torque back just a little bit because we do get a bit of performance back.
Ooh, I got some icing.
Really?
Yeah.
And make sure we don't exceed the torque allowance there. Let's pull back just a hair. There we go. I didn't fly directly through a cloud. Maybe all my air pressure is escaping out of my baggage hold too, so keeping everything warm. Oh, see, that was a torque exceedance. So what happened there was, and I forgot about it, is the inertial separator is a duct inside of the engine that moves. I didn't give it enough time to move before I went back to 121%. So we did exceed engine, so once we're on the ground, we'll have to make sure it didn't break the baggage door or the engine. So
just tear it up.
This is going well so far, guys. Alright. 12,000 feet. I heard it. Alarm for capture. We're good to go there. And let's turn landing lights off. Let's hop outside and get some pictures of my mistake. I really like this livery. Houston, we have a problem. I'll have to take pictures from the good side of the airplane.
I think you probably have your bags left in there.
They appear to all be missing. Sorry, guys. Bill it to the company. I'm a big fan of this livery. Alright, we might be picking up some of that ice with Mike here in a minute. Looks like we're going to be just at the top of these clouds, but inside them. Normally we would climb over them, but for today's flight, we'll have a little fun. See, we'll just turn our baggage compartment into a cooler for drinks on the ground. Yeah, never forget the walk around, absolutely. had to get all the gremlins taken care of on the first flight. Second one is going to go much better. Assuming we didn't damage the engine. Speaking of, we can take a look at that real quick. Down here, so the engine trend monitor does show the exceedance, and we went all the way up to 2329 on the torque. I think that's foot-pounds. This is the percent up here. And I'm not sure exactly what the maximum is off the top of my head. It might tell me. We're at 2146 now, so I mean, it wasn't a ton over, but it's definitely needs to be inspected. 9.9% of the engine life, or I guess before the next inspection. So how many hours do we have on this thing? We have almost 17. Inspection due in 183 hours, so yeah, that makes sense. So 10% would be 180 hours. So that's what that means. NG is 99.3%, ITT is 742. Everything is happy there. We can actually push the torque up a hair more here. And what I'll do is pull the prop RPM back to 1900 just to quieten it down a little bit in the cabin for everybody. Oh, got an exceedance again. Whoops. Got a little too aggressive on the torque. And dropping the RPM increases torque. That one was quick, not too bad. I'm not too worried about that one.
Looks like you got a little ice out there in your windshield now. In the corners.
I don't really see anything on my screen.
What? No, it's gone.
You must have seen it and I didn't.
Yep, it was just in the bottom corner, and it went away. But you should be coming up on the tip of the cape below you right now.
Yeah.
I can see it through the clouds down there.
There it is. And there she goes. We're going to be back here soon, actually. We'll be landing. Can't quite get my camera moved around just enough. Let's go to the back of the plane. I can't move up any higher. But we'll probably want to start thinking about our descent here, so let's go to our utilities, VCALC. Target altitude, I think it was 2,000 feet at the altitude type, target waypoint. Bube. Now this is going to be a little different because we need to do a direct to here. Now that we're turning, let's do a direct, activate, and perfect. So vertical speed required. Once that gets to 2,000 feet, we'll start our descent. Benza, how you doing with your aircraft? Is it all coming back to you yet?
It's just a massive reacclimation period out here, so I'm quite certain I'm nowhere near you guys. I still can't see you, but we're just out here clicking buttons, you know.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. I got the nameplates on so we can find you real quick. He's off to our right. I'm not sure where he's at. Mike is right behind us. Don't see anybody joining us right now. Quite a few people in the air, though. Oh, we got USDA Prime.
That's the only person I can see is USDA Prime Cut. That's the only.
Oh, really? Yeah, he's there's quite a few airplanes up in the air right now. Alright, so I am picking up some icing now. So let's go ahead and get the windshield. And prop. You should see the amps jump up every now and then whenever that prop engages. Doing a slight left turn here. Wonder why I did that. Don't see any build up on the wings, so we're okay there.
Should be running the inertial separator here in the clouds.
Yep, good point. So let's go ahead and get the inertial separator back on. And lose a little bit of performance with that, so we can increase our power setting again. Just we'll have to remember to lower the power setting when we turn it back off, if we may just leave it on until landing at this point. Alright, coming up on top of descent. Master caution was for the inertial separator. Going down to 2,000 feet. And let's go ahead and start. Nice and smooth. 2,000 feet, we captured that almost perfectly. What's up, Andy? How are you doing tonight? Looks like we... let's go ahead and pull our power back to 100%, and we'll go out of 850 mode on our descent so we don't forget about it and accidentally blow up the engine. Alright, out of 850 mode. And we can push that back up to the limiter. Hopefully we get to see something again here soon. Weather at our destination altimeter is going to be 299.1, so we're good there. Few clouds at 5,000. Broken at 9,500. And at 10 miles of visibility. Saw your videos about boosting your performance, and I'll try them. Awesome. Yeah, if you have any questions, the Discord link is below. You can hop in there, and there's quite a few people who have taken those tips and been able to use them with great success, and they can help you out too if I'm not available. Coming up in 10,000 feet, let's go ahead and get the landing lights on. Check out that sun coming through, the reflection off the water there. It's beautiful. Alright, we should see our arc pretty much right on target with a boobay. However you say it, I feel like I'm saying something wrong there. We want to watch our speed here, so we're already at 250. So we'll slowly start decreasing our engine power just to keep it at 250 so we don't exceed that. Outside temperature is 10 degrees Fahrenheit, so we can go ahead and turn our de-ice off. And we'll go ahead and just leave the inertial separator on. Have you ever had stutters which feels like slow-mo normal speed, slow-mo normal speed, and a really, really fast switch is getting so annoying? Are you saying that like it slows down to like a heavy stutter and then like it catches back up? Is that what you're meaning? Oh, I just grabbed some more ice. Let's go ahead and get those anti-ice devices back on. And we'll check the wing here one more time. It may even be beneficial for us to pop the wing boots just to clear anything off. don't think that's built up, but we'll go ahead and pop the boots just in case. So, airframe de-ice. Here's the wing boots. We'll let that run through a few cycles. Speed check. Speed's good. When I look left, my cam is going slow, fast, slow, fast. When I look outside the window, always moving slow, fast, slow, fast. Not sure I've ever encountered that, but one of the biggest culprits to making stutters happen is your level of detail settings. So you got your object level of detail and your terrain level of detail. So your VLOD, or your OLOD and your TLOD. If you drop those down until you stop getting as many stutters, and then you can kind of start inching them back up. I've got a video talking about a little bit of that. And then another thing you can also do is there's a little secret that if you get your LOD settings correct, you can actually start bumping up your video card settings, because you got a 3080, so you can actually run things at high or ultra for the most part. And there is a guide linked in one of my more recent videos that has a lot of good information about performance, and a lot of the settings don't actually hurt your frame rate, and in fact will offload the processing power from your CPU, which hurts more than anything in this sim, and then putting it onto your GPU, which typically has more overhead, especially with a 3080. It's coming up over time like 2 hours. That's a tough one. Definitely make sure your cache has been cleared, and we'll talk more about that here in a second. I'm about to get busy, so let's go ahead. And what's this ILS frequency? We got busy talking and
109.1.
109.1. Oops. Why is this not entering? 119er.
109.1.
Oh, 109.1.
It's already in your standby.
Okay. Go ahead and activate that. Let's go to CDI mode and approach. And we'll start slowing down some here. Your cache is under your, if you go to general options and then data, you most likely have that turned on. So we'll keep it about 200 knots here for our approach.
Course is 241 on that ILS.
241. Creeping over to it right now. Thanks, Mike. And where Mike got that from is on the approaches. ILS 24. 109.1, not 119. So we want to be at 1600 at waves. Go ahead and start descending. Get a little ahead of that. I'm going to capture the glide slope here shortly. So let's go slow up to 160 knots. Remember, JFK Jr. was headed to Nantucket when he went down near Martha's Vineyard in 1999.
I knew somebody was going to bring that up.
Don't put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Alright, let's keep slowing up. We should be able to get the approach flaps in here shortly. Alright, 180 knots. Let's go approach flaps. Coming up on our glide slope. Let's make sure that captures and be ready to take over if it doesn't. Captured nicely. Let's go gear down. Let's take a look at our chart real quick for our go-around procedure. Go-around is climb straight out 2300. Okay. So we will set our altitude to 2300 and our heading bug to straight out. So we'll get down to 120. And we will drop our landing flaps. Yep, landing flaps down. We can get our taxi lights on, landing gears down. Alright, and we want to approach around 90 knots. Go ahead and turn our anti-ice off, no longer needed. Gain every bit of performance we can back. Ignition is an auto. Fuel is an auto, and boost pump's an auto. Alright, I've got a bit of a crosswind here. Let's go autopilot off. CPU temp is 80 degrees Celsius. I mean, that's a little on the high end, but it's not anything detrimental. Intel cores tend to run pretty hot these days. Mine typically runs around 60 degrees right now, and that's with the largest all-in-one water cooler you can get. And I can actually max that thing out at 100 degrees Celsius when I'm rendering videos, because I've got the 13900K, which is not very good for controlling temperatures. Alright, landing gears down, 3 green, check down, down. Flaps and landing, and we are nice and happy. Inertial separator's on. You could actually get away with not having the inertial separator on for a paved runway, but I've already damaged the engine twice today, so the little beacon noise was the minimum, so we are cleared to continue. Good eyes on the runway. Hit the threshold, start pulling power. Alright, pulling power. Land runway so we can make it nice and smooth. There we go, we're on the ground. Let's see if these reversers will work. Brakes, out of reversers, and take the first taxiway here to the right. Go ahead and do flaps up. There you go, diesel. TBM butter, pancakes, and waffle. Mike should be behind me. I don't know. Sabenza, where you at?
He's right behind me.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know where you were after you kind of went off and the sunset over there on me.
No, I've been doing a bit of hand flying, so I don't have anything punched in. I'm just winging it.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
All right, Andy, I will catch up on your comments here in 1 second, but I appreciate that. Nice landing comment. That one was at 45 feet per minute, so can't complain about that. There's Mike coming in. See if we can get this thing spun around real quick so we can watch his landing. No pressure on Mike. Although he might get lucky here. I might not be able to spin around fast enough. Oh, that's looking good. Nice. So I don't know what these markers mean.
I didn't make that first turn off though.
So we're just gonna park it to parallel or perpendicular with the runway here. We're good to go. So engine shutdown on this baby is go to low idle, and we're looking for somewhere around 600 degrees on the ITT.
Oh, I floated it.
Oh, we missed Sabenzas. Dang it. And when we get this engine shut off, we are gonna, you know, check our engine health because we screwed that up a couple times, and, you know, close our door. My first officer let me down
I
on that
got
one.
some
Oh
duct
wait,
tape in the in my cargo bin. I got some duct tape.
speed tape, speed tape.
Yeah.
ITT's not dropping anymore, so let's go ahead and pull the prop 2 feather for 15 seconds. Not much changing there, and we'll pull the mixture. Alrighty. Beautiful. Alright, let's catch up on these comments real quick from Andy. So, it's coming overtime in like 2 hours, so that was possibly your cache. And then after a computer restart, it works again for like 2 hours. It's coming. Yeah, try checking your cache to see if that fixes it. But could it be the CPU clocking down due to high temperature? No, your throttle temperature is most likely 100 degrees Celsius, so you shouldn't have any issues there. Get the booster pumps off, get our lights off. We'll leave the nav lights on and go over to ground GPU just so we don't lose any battery. We won't shut the whole plane down, but let's get outside and fix our airplane. And we'll unload everybody back in the back. I gotta push the right button. The rolling cache is off. Yeah, you can turn that on and use about 8 gigabytes. It's a safe number. Alright, so the door's open. Go ahead and click the baggage door shut and let's take a look outside.
I think I heard you say he has 3080. There is that whole NVIDIA cache clearing that you can do.
Oh yes,
Takes
there is.
a little bit of, you gotta look it up where to find it.
Yeah, that's another option, Andy, is the shaders. You can actually remove those or clear those out, and that might actually help you out too. So let's go ahead and get the pitot heat off while we're sitting here on the ground. And we'll leave the inertial separator where it's at, since we're going to have that. Actually, you know what? I don't know how that affects engine startup. Let's go ahead and turn that off. You can kind of hear it trimming itself back in. I don't remember how to do it off the top of my head. It's within the NVIDIA panel, and you also have to find the files on your hard drive. Alright, so the engine parameters, as far as condition, is inside of the weather radar. Engine condition's 100%, so we didn't do any permanent damage. That's good. Door shut just fine. We'll throw a piece of mic speed tape on there just in case. So what I'm going to do real quick here in the background is load up the next flight. So Leg 2. And that is going to be from Nantucket up to Provincetown. So we load that up in the background and generate the flight and sim brief, and then we'll take a look at it here in the sim. Building maps, loading briefing. That is loaded. Now let's go ahead and get it inside of Navgraph. Unload a current flight, import to flight, sim brief. Okay. So we got somebody out here with a ground power unit for us, keeping us nice and powered up. Go back to our flight plan. Let's delete this flight plan. Menu again. Import the next flight plan from SimBrief. And loading it from Nantucket to Provincetown. Same waypoint as last time, Marconi. Lima Foxtrot Victor. We are expecting a runway. Let's fetch the new flight plan. Runway 33 for departure and 25 for the approach. Payload is, we only need 674 pounds of fuel. Let's go ahead and get that pulled up here. We currently have a bit less than that, so let's load up a little bit on fuel. 674, so we'll go with 680. How about that? 681. Takeoff weight is 6,272 pounds, so we've got a little bit less on the payload. We definitely landed with less payload than we started off since we lost the bags in the air. I just lost all my power? That was weird. Oh, it's probably because I'm messing with the weight and balance. It's always been kind of weird with this aircraft. So 6272 is what we were looking for. We ended up with 6284. So 681 on the fuel, we got that, and 6284 on takeoff. So right there. Just ran this flight plan, so we can take a look at the plan here. Got 4 passengers, 152 pounds of cargo. Lot fuel 674. Minimum fuel for takeoff is 594, so that should not be a problem considering the short taxi. So trip time is 20 minutes. And we got 45 minutes of reserve fuel and 14 minutes of contingency fuel. Expecting to have 444 pounds on landing. And nothing in the dispatcher remarks. And company airport notams. Nothing too crazy there, it looks like. And we won't go through the rest of that. It's good to go there. If we were in more IFR conditions, we might actually load up the 530 here, but it's such a pain to load things in sometimes. Really need I need a panel that just has a bunch of dual encoders on it so I can click through these things. All right, Diesel, I'll see you in a little bit.
I missed it. Which runway are we going for?
We were departing 33 and arriving at 25.
25.
So let's take a look at Navigraph real quick.
I got 2-4 off of SimBrief, which is the one we just landed on, but I'm sure either is fine.
The winds here are 2709 knots. So, well, 33 is actually a really short runway.
Oh wow, yeah.
So let's go with your suggestion, Mike, and do 2-4. So we're going to depart 2-4. Did not give us a departure on our flight plan, so we're going to depart straight out and do a right turn to the north up to about said Macaroni, Marconi, and then KPVC or Provincetown. Let's check out the charts here. We're expecting runway 25. Is there anything on 25? There is an RNAV on 25. So go ahead and pin that chart and take a look at that real quick. Come on, load. There it goes. Alright, so we will depart Macaroni and go up to Jupot to Wolga and straight into runway 25. Go down here to our procedures. Approach. RNAV to 25. And the Wolga transition. Load the approach, and let's take a look at our chart, or our map here, see how that loaded in for us. Okay, it has us doing kind of a circular flight path here. That's fine. So once again, we're going to depart 25, do a right turn, head out north on the flight track. Pretty simple. Is there a way to clear out the reset? That's the clock. Clear out these exceedances, I wonder. Don't see anything here, but it'll be alright. Want our NG up so we can get this thing started up again. Cap temperature's low because it's freezing outside. It's 49 degrees. All right, you guys ready for start?
Yep.
Okay, let's get a strobe on. Booster pump to on. Manual select on the fuel. And let's go over to battery power. Ignition auto starter to on. Once again, looking for that 15% NG. And we'll get the doors closed once we get this thing started.
Don't forget those doors.
Yep. All right. Low auto. ITT is going to hit 837. Close that back door. 53%. Let's go high idle. And we'll shut our door also. NGs continue to rise. Everything looks happy there. ITT is 681. All looks good. So, pitot heat on. Push pump to auto. Ignition stays on and starter to off. Get our taxi lights on. Trim is at the bottom of the green, which is perfect. Take off flaps. Get back to our map. We're going to be taxiing. Let's pull the chart up on Navigraph over here. Navigraph's being really slow tonight. There it goes. Alright, we're going to do Mike's suggestion of 2-4 since 3-3 is a little bit of a short runway. It's 4,500 feet. It's plenty of distance for this aircraft, but this will be more fun. It looks like we're going to be taking Foxtrot to Golf to Kilo. Hold short 2-4. And I am ready to go when you guys are. Let's confirm our weather is still 2992. Okay, 2992 is altimeter.
What was your altitude you're shooting for?
Oh. I forgot to look at that. Altitude is 7,000 feet. Prop up the max. Parking brake is off. Taxi lights are on. Nav strobe lights are on. Let's get rolling. So I'm going to do a left turn out of here.
Slow, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm over here at the down here at the end of the runway.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you are.
And we're going to jump over to Foxtrot here, take a little bit of a right. Let's pull the power back just a hair here. This thing is rocking and rolling. And this will shift over to Golf here in a moment. Alright, clear right, clear left. We're going to go to altitude, probably reset that. I don't know why. It's got to reset that instead of just taking what you have in there. We're on Golf, heading to Kilo, and we will hold short runway 24 and get our autopilot set up. This beta range is so finicky in this aircraft. there's Sabenza. One thing we should see on here is let's get the inertial separator turned on and the auto on the fuel tanks. Go ahead, heading mode, and it looks like it's going to be pretty close to what we need. Got a runway heading of 241. Move that to 241 real quick. I believe I am ready to go. Climbing out at 1,800 feet per minute. Alright, we are clear left, entering runway 24. Clear right. This time we get to do a rolling start. Alright, prop and power, or condition lever, are full. Let's go full power. Trim's in the green, flaps are set to take off. Hey, knots, rotate. Bit of a crosswind, dip the wing over just a hair. You guys are going to need a little bit of right aileron on takeoff. Positive rate gear up. Looking for 1,000 feet. We'll bring our flaps up and do our right turn.
Ooh, it's windy.
Yeah, my wing dipped over pretty hard on me.
When you say a little bit of right aileron, it's a lot of it.
Alright, we are above 1,000 feet. Let's go flaps up. Let's do a right turn and get that heading bug to the right. Well, I don't want to say a lot and you guys, like, roll your wing into the ground. Well, you said a lot, and I gave it a lot.
You taking a right turn?
Right turn, yep. Just head back to the nav track. And we can go ahead and lose the inertial separator. Get a little nose down trim since we're speeding up some here. Let's go CDI to GPS. Go ahead and enable nav mode. It's going to shoot us off to the right a little bit more here. It's something I never do. We can do soft ride and half bank and yaw dampener. This helps smooth the flight out for the passengers. Alright, we'll go ahead and fly this up to our cruise altitude, 7,000 feet. Just confirm that. Okay, yep, confirmed. Put a little bit of right aileron trim in and a little bit more nose down. Release the pressure. This is pretty much just flying with the trim at this point. Okay, I found the dev mode and it's the main thread, but it's like every second peaks for 1 frame and then 1 second nothing. So yeah, try turning your, what are your level of detail settings set to right now? Alright, got the 1,000 foot alarm. And our light right here. It's capturing. Bring nose down just a hair here. 50 on the terrain and object level detail. You should be able to run higher than that. What are your graphics settings in general set to? Low, medium, high, ultra? Let's go autopilot. Pull the torque back. Alright, got a drop. Put her in A50 mode.
850.
And inertial separator's off already. So don't have to worry about this time. Let's get up to 120%. We'll go ahead and bring the prop back to 1900. And you can see that torque going up as the prop slows down. Basically, it's taking a bigger bite out of the air when you do this. So it's causing more torque to generate. You can kind of think of it as a transmission in a manual vehicle. Alright, got a little bit of icing, so let's get the windshield and prop ice on again. And I think we are set. I can send you a screenshot on Discord if you're okay with that. Yeah, sure, we got a few minutes here and cruise.
Before you jump there, after Marconi or LFV, what's your next waypoint, Michael?
It is. Stand by. Janik?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I have to go direct Janik, probably, to skip that KPVC. I got the same list of points you have.
It's interesting that it didn't load on everything. It used Wolga, but it doesn't show it.
Oh, so you got that turn. Mine's...
Yeah, I'm going to Wolga, going out and around and looping back to Janig.
Yeah. Alright, did you send that to me in a private message? Okay, got it. Okay, yeah, I see the stutter you're talking about. That is kind of weird. Have you try turning DirectX 12 off and make that 11. I bet that might be your issue. DirectX 12 doesn't work well with a 3 series card. Yeah, unfortunately that'll require you to reboot the sim, but yeah, it's DirectX 12 does not play well with a 3080. We'll start with that, and then we'll go from there. How about that? But I bet that gets you rid of that stutter that's every second or two. So what kind of fuel economy we're getting? Fuel data. Burning 62 gallons an hour, getting about a little less than 4 nautical miles per gallon. This thing doesn't have the best fuel economy at this altitude.
What kind of speed are you cruising at, Michael?
Got a ground speed of 247 and indicated of 233.
Roger.
No, sorry, 223. 224.
I think I'm right in the middle of you guys. That it's really in and out tonight, whether or not I can see you. So you're there 1 minute and gone, but back, then gone. So
good news is sim update 15. That comes out, I think, December 5th.
Oh, okay.
It's supposed to take care of that.
Hopefully they put a lot of resources into that. 'Cause
Yeah, that's a really annoying bug. Every group flight we have, somebody's commenting on it.
yeah.
It's
I'm
so weird.
looking to be at if you have Jupod on your, you guys might not have Jupod on there, but you're at 3,000 at Jupod, and then 3,000 at Wolga.
But for some
I'm
reason, it loaded the
back
approach.
3,000.
It's so weird how this thing displays these approaches sometimes. Sometimes it'll show every detail, and other times you just get a waypoint. I'm showing
There's
six.
Mr. Turd Ferguson right behind me. I see you back there. I see
Turd
ya.
Ferguson. It's showing 5,700 at Lima Fox Victor or Macaroni. So we can go ahead and we're getting pretty close to it already. Let's go ahead and get what did I say? 5,600 at our Marconi waypoint. That's the GPS. It's fine. Shows our top of descent coming up pretty soon. Must have screwed something else up there. So let's go ahead, dial in 5,700. And we'll go the traditional way, unless I can figure out what I did wrong there real quick. 5,600 at the waypoint. Interesting. I typed in 5,600, should be 5,700. We'll start descending here shortly and use our arc to help us out. Alright, let's go ahead and lose A50 mode since we're about to start descending. Top of descent has arrived. Pull the vertical speed knob. It's laying 500 feet per minute. Don't know if that's going to be quite enough. But it is, okay. Wonder why I had got us descend so early. That's interesting. It's not like we're losing really a lot of performance because we're only going down 1,300 feet, but... Alright, we can probably lose the de-ice again. Hopefully this doesn't start icing up on the window again. Won't last long as it does.
My windshield just started icing up as you said that. It turned it off, and there we go.
So we're looking at 1,600 at our next altitude here. After we get to Marconi. And mine iced up. Interesting. I'm going to leave it. See how fast the ice is when it gets warm outside. But it should be icing at 18 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's take a look at Andy's settings here real quick. Running TAA, which I recommend because DLSS is not great on a 3 Series card either. Got global rendering quality of medium. You can probably bump that up to high or even ultra to start with. Once you get a better idea of what DirectX 11 does for you. Still nice and frosty on the window here. $20 degrees Fahrenheit. Wait a minute. Fahrenheit. Oh, that's why. Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Okay, so it's negative 6 degrees Celsius. I'm used to reading those outside temperatures in Celsius, so it didn't even register in my brain. Nobody called me out on it? Nobody?
Sorry. I'm just thinking about, all I'm thinking about is the bathroom at this FBO that I'm going to run into when we land.
Oh, hey, what happened here? It did a direct to Janek instead of that procedure turn. So let's get this thing back into heading mode. And we're gonna fly out to Wolga. We're gonna go to Jupot first. We'll fly over to Wolga. So this is where you definitely want to be on top of your avionics.
Yeah, mine just flaked out too as I got to Marconi.
Yeah. So let's keep turning the Jupot. Let's go ahead and we'll lose the yellow dampener, soft rod, and half bank so that this thing will turn a little better for us. And we'll go ahead and slow down to 200 knots. Alright, so I'm going to fly to Jupot and then turn into Wolga. Let's go ahead and start descending down to 1,600 feet. We'll do 1,000 feet per minute. Let's check the altimeter at our destination, Provincetown. Weather altimeter is 299.2. Awesome. Helps we're not going too far away from things here and staying relatively close. Try to go down to 200 knots. Pull power just a little bit more.
Yup.
Get you guys right behind me. Oh, that's a nice screenshot worthy right there. Somebody flying under me there. Who was that? Mr. T. Ferguson?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, these avionics are...
How far y'all doing?
Hey, how's it going? Alright, let's do a left turn to Wolga. Still in heading mode. We're gonna vector ourselves in here. Still trying to slow down. You see the white peaks of the water there. I kind of extended out a little bit from you guys just to give myself a little extra time here to descend. Alright, we got our descent arc in. It's looking like it'll probably rotate in just fine. Put the other two guys off to our left there. Is that Mad Dog that joined?
Yeah, I can't make it, sorry. Let's have some time.
Oh, you're fine. Okay. -1°C, no visible precipitation. Let's try again to turn our de-ice off now that we got the setting correct on our temperature gauge. So a slight left turn to Wolga here. And then we will arm approach mode.
I'm trying to slow up and get behind you here.
No problem.
Extending out a little bit.
The peaks are still there, but not max. What do you mean by max? Why is it turning to the right? Okay, so we're gonna hand fly this in because something is all jacked up. Approach mode started taking me to the right for some reason. Should be able to do a Janeg direct.
Oh, what's going on here?
And activate that. Oh, I hit cancel. Oh well. It's alright. Get back on the flight path here. It's definitely better. I'll test it. Awesome. Just double check for me the you can probably move your graphics settings up quite a bit. Excuse me. This approach has been a disaster because the autopilot refused to do what we wanted it to. It's okay, it's a nice visual day. Alright, inertial separator to on. Prop max 2000. And we should be able to go to an approach mode now. So what happens? Nope. Go to nav mode. Not sure what the deal there is. Master caution, let's close the inertial separator, and we're going to forget using the autopilot at this point because it's just wrong today. Alright, let's go. We're below 180 knots. Go approach flaps. Correct for the sudden vertical speed. Let's get some nose trim. We're just going to hand fly this thing all the way in. Go ahead and turn off our flight director. Off to the left a little ways, so let's correct. And start slowing up. Landing gear down. I think we're a little low. Those trees at the end of this runway, which shouldn't be there, kind of make it a little deceiving.
Excuse me.
This crosswind keeps pushing us away from the runway, so we're going to have to do a pretty heavy correction here.
Looks like my approach mode is working.
And you're flying into an airport.
Yeah, slope to 120 knots, get the landing flaps in, and try to get back on this glide slope. We're a little low at the moment. There he goes. Alright, 120, flaps down. Still fighting this crosswind. It's a pretty heavy one.
Yeah, it's pretty stiff.
500.
Alright, 3
There you
green, check down. Landing gears down.
I haven't seen you guys in like 20 minutes. All of a sudden you popped up. Perfect. We got somebody flying a Concorde out there.
Concorde. Those are some short hops for a Concorde.
They're way high, way high and north of us.
We're going to approach a little high just because these trees are unrealistically at the end of the runway. Thanks, Asobo. Right around to 90 knots. 200 foot minimums on the radar. Continue. Final check. Gear down. Gear down. Let's get this girl on the ground. Start pulling power. It's a shorter runway. Alright. Get on those brakes. Reversers. Alright. Didn't need those very long. And we'll get off the runway for you guys if you're still behind me. Flaps up.
Coming in behind.
Oh, forgot my landing lights. Whoops. Whenever. Should have been on the entire flight, honestly. Alright, we are clear.
doors, forgetting to turn lights on.
You got a lot going on over here. Gotta listen to you complain the entire time.
I know.
Ooh. Oh yeah, I'm getting thrown around.
Yeah, it was a bit sideways on the landing there. Alright, so that landing, even with the crosswind, I got 80 feet per minute, so that's pretty good. Can't see Mike, so I don't know what just happened to him, but he's got some foliage in between me and him to protect him from the embarrassment.
Oh, I had a nice landing. I'm down.
Remember what we used to say? Did Mike actually have a good landing if we couldn't see it? No, Mike's landings are his landings are much better these days.
Getting better. Whoa. Can't steer though.
Go ahead and get this thing parked. Provincetown.
I think that's where I'm at. I called anyway. KPVC.
Diesel, welcome back. We just got on the ground. You missed the autopilot failing miserably on that approach, and me parking a little crooked. Alright, parking brakes on. Engine has stabilized. You can see our ITT is much lower this time around than it was earlier. So let's go to low idle. Turn our inertial separator off. Pitot heat off. Wait for those temperatures to stabilize. Alright, interim temperatures stabilized. Let's go prop to feather for about 15 seconds. Yeah, we just landed. You missed it. We got, it was 80 feet per minute, so it's still pretty good. And in a crosswind. Supposedly Mike had a good landing too.
And I didn't load Volanta on that one.
Oh!
had
the one thing you could have used to prove it with.
I know. Damn. And it's showing 158 for the last airport.
Alright, go ahead and go off on our condition lever. Let this girl settle down. Mike, I believe you gotta run to their bathroom.
Yes, sir.
There's Mike.
Yeah, park all the way down here, too. I'm just gonna go behind this tree.
There you go. Sabenza's still landing, so let's go take a look at his landing. We can bust out the drone camera.
I was just hoping to slide in without you guys noticing.
And while we're waiting on Sabenza to land here, I'm going to go ahead and get my sim brief loaded up for the next flight. So we are on leg 3 now, which is Provincetown to East Hampton. Load that. Supposedly a good landing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even Diesel's calling you out.
Yep.
Just have to tell him that he needs to get on here and fly with us. Alright, generate flight. KPVC to KJPX. This flight's a little longer. En route distance is 128 miles. So we actually get a little bit of time in the air this time. So that's taken care of. We'll go ahead and unload this from some brief and import our next flight. Looks right there. Not expecting a departure nor an arrival. We should get one at Newark. We are expecting runway 25 on departure and 28 on arrival. Alright, Sabenza, show us what you got.
It's gonna be cringy. I got a feeling it's gonna be pretty cringy.
Alright, well, we'll scoot back just a hair here and give you a little extra room to play with.
Got her nice and slow. I'm only doing about 80, 82 knots here.
Hey, you're dead on it right now. You're looking good.
Well, I'm definitely not on approach mode still. Definitely not.
Well, approach mode was pretty miserable for me. I don't know what was going on. For some reason. I love the GTN 750 from PMS 50, but sometimes it does act a little goofy. I can see your lights if I zoom out, but if I zoom in, I can't see you just yet. So we'll keep your name tag up there.
You know, I think that's one of the things that I'm most excited for going to PC is being able to use the 750.
Oh, yeah. It's normally really good. Sometimes you do get little weird things like that.
We don't
It's like one of my... What's that?
It's like 3 now or 4?
We're about to do 3.
Thank you. Man, that's how tired I am.
Let's clean up some
I
things.
swear, Mr. Ferguson, you sound just like a dude that I work with. And ironically, that dude actually has a plane in real life. I believe it's a Piper, I believe, of some kind. But I swear, you sound just like him. But I almost want to be like, do you go by a different name? Like, I see him relatively frequently, and I'm like, I always want to ask him, but
I have a generic voice. My whole life I've had the generic face everywhere I go.
Generic face.
Yeah. Hey, you look like so-and-so. Look at that crab.
Yeah, he's coming in crooked. It's all good out.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
she's
getting bouncy.
Whoa!
Oh, hang on to her. Hang on to her.
Oh,
You got her. You got her.
No, you got
Oh,
it.
no.
Keep doing it.
Oh, hang on now.
Hey, is your landing gear down?
Yeah.
Don't do that. That just scares people.
Oh, left rudder. Left rudder.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Oh.
That all went south real quick.
Yes, it did.
Alrighty.
Everything was all good, and I was hand flying it for a minute, and then I went over the coast, and it all it all went miserable. Okay.
Okay. So our next flight plan. Let's take a look at that real quick. Expecting runway 33. Wait, that's not right. Fetch. Okay. KPVC to KJPX. Okay, that's correct. So expecting runway 25, the one we just landed on. Cruise altitude is 16,000 feet, 160. Airtime is 33 minutes. Block fuel 816. Go ahead and get our weight and balances up. I would not be surprised if this stuff resets again while we do this. So we're expecting 816 pounds of fuel. We currently have 511. $818, perfect. All right, payload. Takeoff weight is going to be 6414. Oh, we were right there actually. Looks like we got about the same payload as last time, so that is all good. Takeoff weight 414, 418. Diesel says a little firm and off-roading, but you're on the ground. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we're in one piece. I didn't flip it or completely miss the missed the island altogether. So
Where you guys at?
let's see. Procedure, approach. Well, we do have an approach. What was kind of out of the loop. What are we going for? Say, I completely missed the runways that we're going into.
Departing-
28, you said?
Departing
Landing?
25, landing 28. Go ahead and
Hey.
load our flight plan. From some brief.
Here's 16,000 feet.
Yep, 160.
The link on SimBrief gave me 220. Excuse me.
Yeah, it needs to be adjusted. It needs to be reran for weather.
Yeah.
Jordan transition.
Looks good. Let's take a look at our procedures. Approach. We do not have an arrival, so we're looking at runway 28 approach. There is an RNAV, Mike, and Zulu. So let's take a look at those, see which one works best for us. Oh, wrong button. Some brief. Load. Come on. Uh-oh. Broke Navigraph. I don't know if you guys have been having the same issues I have lately, but Navigraph has been really slow. Let's try reloading it. Import flight. Sunbrief. PVC 2K JPX. Okay, we're just going to have to let that think about what it's done wrong. And we'll take a look at this in the Garmin. 28 Mike. With a Jordan transition.
Looks like
And
Jordan's going to be the one, I
28
think.
Zulu also has the Jordan transition, so I think we're going to get away from that. So, okay.
Yeah.
So Navigraph has decided to work for us.
This is something with the GTN that bugs me. You know, Navigraph will give you the final approach fix as a transition choice.
Yeah.
But the Garmin does not. And that would be the final approach fix would be the logical choice for this flight plan.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like you
So
can't
we
change
have
it.
to, you know,
All right, and Navigraph only has Zulu for the RNAVs. Oh, man, this is really painful. So,
I have Mike and Zulu and Navigraph. Yours is acting up.
yeah, it could just be mine being goofy. So, we're going to rely on the Garmin for now, because it seems to be actually doing something. So, I'm going to load. I don't see a difference between Mike. Okay, let's take a look at the waypoints here. Jordan, Biga, Feast, H-Toad versus Jordan, Biga, Feast, H-Toad. I don't see a difference between the two. I don't really know. They both look exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
Transition. Oh, there is another transition. Oh, we could do... I don't know if it'd be any... Jordan would
That
be
looks
the
like it's
transition we want. So I'm going to do RNAV 228 Zulu with the Jordan transition. What do I hear?
Our cab waypoint takes us south,
Yeah.
so maybe just go direct from SEY to Jordan.
Yeah, it actually loaded in nicely. It goes direct Jordan from SEY.
Oh, okay.
Don't know if I agree with those altitudes, though. It has us at 16,000 feet at Jordan. It's finally loaded. Oh, I clicked on our runway 10 instead of 28. Now I'm going to wait 5 minutes for it to load again. Alright, so Navigraph is out of the question for now. So we're not going to worry about that. This looks good. Let's see if we can change the altitude at Jordan. Nope, it's part of that. It's so aggravating, you can't change that. If it's part of an approach, you can't change it. So we're going to assume, let's call it 5,000 at Jordan.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? We're going west, so we probably need to make a 4,000. 4,000 Jordan's what we'll assume. Starting runway 25 here. So we will pretty much depart straight out and do a slight left turn to get to the nav track. And we'll just take a right turn and then a right turn to get to where we're going. Alrighty. Go ahead and get this girl started back up. Start off, ignition to auto. So far, it looks like DirectX 11 was the solution. Perfect, Andy. It's awesome. Glad to hear it. Lost my train of thought. Push
You're
pump
gonna open
to
your cargo door?
on. Phew, now you got me doubting myself. Let's do a quick little walk around real quick.
No, I said the next thing you're gonna do is open your cargo door. That's where you left off.
Gotta leave our cargo door open for the flight. Alright, booster pump is on. Fuel select as to manual. Let's get the starter on. Looking for an NG of 15. Condition lever. Low idle. Get that fuel popping in. ITT stopping at 867 is the high. Up to 50% NG. %, 52. This lever to high. NG continued on. This should be right around 60%. Go ahead and stairs up. Shut the door.
So, a question: when you're talking about beta mode, because I did not add that mod. When you're taxiing, are you at high idle or the middle?
So, the parking brake is on. So if you watch the beta mode light right there, see where it goes off? I'll turn it off and then just inch it back down just a hair. Keep it at the top of beta range. But do have the prop full.
Okay.
Alright, props full. Trim, top of the green arc. Or, sorry, bottom of the green arc. Let's go ahead and get our inertial separator on. Fuel selector to auto. Booster pump to auto. We are going to 16,000 feet. Let's bump this up to 2,000 feet for the cabin altitude. Bleed to auto. Air conditioning on and fan to auto. I can turn these panel lights on for you guys since it's a little dark in here at the moment. It should help with your all's visibility. Alright, push pumps auto, fuel selector auto. It's kind of hard to see. Ignition auto, starters off. Main generator and source battery. Good to go there. The runway heading is 252, I think. So if I can confirm that for me, it'd be great. So we're going to go into heading mode and altitude mode, going up to 16,000 feet. Climb out at 1,800 feet per minute. Okay, pitot heat on. If I hit the right switch. Check the annunciator, parking brake, beta, inertial separator. That's all we should see. And weather altimeter is 299.7, so that has changed really quickly, actually. I believe I am ready to go when you guys are. Pick up flaps.
I'm ready when you are.
Sebenza.
Yeah, I ran took a quick bathroom break, so I'll be right there in a second, but you guys can go ahead.
All right. Parking brake is off. Watch for that beta light to turn off and bring it back just to the top of it. Do a right turn. And once again, if anybody's joined, the beta light mod is from JD. He has two versions, one where you can go into beta mode in a flight, in which I think I need to try that one out. That might fix my reverser issue that I have, where it's not going into beta mode on approach. So then I had to like bump the throttle up to get it to go into beta mode, so. I just tried the indicator this time. Next time I will try that, see if that fixes my issues, because that is something I complain about all the time. Go around this fuel truck here. Make sure we don't run into Mike. Whoops. Did not mean to click on that. Alright, Sabenza, you are number 1, it looks like, buddy. Unless you need an extra second here.
I'm walking back. I'm walking back now. So
Okay, I will scoot around you then. How about that?
go ahead. Full disclosure,
Did you forget to wash your hands?
Christmas lights tonight, and I went out there to make sure that they were all lit up, and I may or may not have been going to take a leak in my trees out beside my garage, and a cop drove by.
That's the best.
It was close. It was close.
Oh no, where'd Sabenza go? Well, we're having to bail him out, and he might be on a list he does not want to be on.
Yeah, I was like, I just started to undo my belt, and then the cop came freaking down the street. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, straighten this thing out.
Oh my goodness.
That's hilarious. Alright, we are on a bit of a shorter runway here, so we are going to go full throttle with the brakes on. Alright, check our runway. Runway 25. Heading is 25. CDIs and GPS. We are in heading mode. Altitude 1800 feet per minute. Climb rate. Takeoff flaps trims at the bottom of the arc. Let's get going. So, bring that throttle in. Let that torque start coming up, and let's get to 100% torque. Release brakes. Eighty knots. Rotate. Gonna need that a lot of right aileron, Mike. Positive rate gear up.
Ooh, this is a short one.
Yep. Looking for 1,000 feet. Beautiful departure. 1,000 feet. Let's go flaps up. Let's do a left turn to the nav track. We can probably just go straight into nav mode once I get the heading bug over. Turn our initial separator off. Continue hand flying this for now. Uh-oh.
We're all good. We're good. Things are good.
We are alive. Alright, inertial separator's off. Torque's brought back. Let's go 850 mode. Apparently didn't bring it quite far enough back. Jumped up a little bit there for us. Start bringing it back into 121. A little nose trim in and a right aileron.
Oh, what are you yelling at me for? Oh, ITT.
Say ITT is yelling at you?
Yeah, just attached there.
Or the cop shop at your door? Frames are getting better and better. Yeah, thank you. Love it, thank you. You are welcome.
Look at that. Good job. That's cool.
Still trying to get this to the hands-off trim. Getting close. A little more aileron. Turn our taxi lights off. This gear is up. And we'll go ahead and go on autopilot. This is going to be a nice sunset. So squeeze every bit of performance out of this as we can. Let's get this thing up to 121%. Okay. Then we just cruise.
Yeah, that aileron trim is very handy.
Yeah, you get quite a bit of torque coming out of that thing. It's only the 3080 series that is it only the 3080 series that is only working on DirectX 11? No, the 4 series, you can go to DirectX 12, but most people do not have any luck with it on the 3000 series cards. I got icing again, so window and prop ice. Excuse me. Going up to into the clouds here, get a little IMC. Still not seeing a lot of buildup on the wings at all.
I've not seen any yet on any flight I've done. Maybe this winter.
Well, it was showing some snow a little further north of us. I was originally thinking of taking us up near the border and maybe over into Maine, but then this seemed like a pretty good route. What route are we flying? So we were on leg 3 of 5. We have done Boston to Nantucket, Nantucket to Provincetown, and we just departed Provincetown heading to East Hampton. I think we had a flight time of 33 minutes. We've been in there for probably 5 minutes or so. Alright, 10,000 feet. Landing lights can come off. And we've been solving Andy's frame rate issue. It's been a good, successful stream so far. How you doing tonight, Gavin? Diesel says he's got a 3060 and used DirectX 12. I've never tried the other. Well, might be worth trying. This airplane is the Black Square TBM 850.
I have the 3070 and did not have luck with 12. I'm on 11. It's much better.
Yeah, when I had my 3080 Ti installed, I never stuck with 12. It had too many issues. Alright, let's drop this down to 1500 feet per minute on the climb speed just to keep our ground speed up. I love it when you pop out of clouds. I don't see any ice buildup on the wings, so I'm not going to worry about the cruise. Does it cost any money? Yes, you get this from Just Flight for, what was it, $35 or $45? It's worth every penny. Our community has hundreds of flight hours on this thing, and every single one of us love it. Okay, let's check the fuel selectors. It's an auto. Had a bit of a discontinuity there. Booster pumps on auto. Cabin altitude is at 2,000 feet, and we should see the pressure rising, which it is, so that's good. We're down to 115% torque, so since we're in A50 mode, let's go ahead and bump that up just a hair more since we are climbing. And Gavin, I don't think this is on Xbox. I don't know if you're an Xbox user or a PC user. It's nice to see the sun again, that's for sure. Alright, 14,300 feet. We are in vertical speed mode, climbing, and it's armed for 16,000 feet. Everything is in the green and happy. No concerns there. I think we can turn the windshield and prop the ice off. At least for now. PC, but you're not getting it because I don't like getting stuff from websites. That's fair. I did hear the altitude 1,000-foot alarm, so got our light here and slowing our rate of the ascent. Should capture 16,000 feet, so we're good there. Once we get to 16,000 feet, what we'll do is pull the torque back a bit and drop our engine RPM to 1900 for audio. Just quiet it down a little bit. Looks like we might be right back on the clouds, though. Yeah, this is a long enough flight. Let's change our altitude to 18,000 feet. What do you guys think?
Mm-hmm. Heck yeah.
Alright, let's do it. Let's keep climbing. We'll go back up to 1,500 feet per minute, and let's check our cabin altitude. Going to 18, so let's get a little above that. Give us a little wiggle room. So double check your cabin pressures. And we can push the engine just a little harder again since we are gaining altitude here. Gavin, if you can figure out a way to get this airplane, it's definitely an amazing aircraft. Right now we got the Garmin 750 in here. You can do a lot of classical navigation with VORs, DMEs, all that stuff. We get by getting a radio stack instead. Get rid of the 530 over here also. And flip these switches right here to swap between them. We actually did a stream where we were flying VOR navigation with the TBM 850. That was a lot of fun. We need to do that again. Alright, that seems to have gotten us above the cloud layer for now, at least. Yeah, Diesel says the Phoenix is not a bad option, too. I think he's just salty that we flew the 850 versus this Phoenix tonight. I will admit, Diesel, my procedural flow is much better in the Airbus than it is in the TBM, mainly because I've got hundreds of hours in the A320 versus the 17 or 18 I got in this now. Okay, we are at cruise, so let's pull the power back just a hair here. Slowly start bringing our RPMs down. Make sure we don't over torque the engine. You see that torque slowly rising as I slowly bring the propeller speed down. And we can push the power setting back in just a hair there. And leave it there for cruise. No, I think you had another vote. I think there was one other. I think it was 2 to like 14. We can check real quick. How about that? Let's take a look. Let's go to YouTube. I might hear one of my videos pop up here in a second. If I don't click on the community tab fast enough. Okay. All right. So there's 21 votes total. 81% for the TBM and 19% for the 320. So you had a few more there, Diesel. Oh yeah, that's a good point. The dude, yeah, your ratio may not be as good still.
Did anybody vote for the 7.3?
No, I just said the TBM or the 320.
I know. Yeah, I know.
But Diesel was talking about the 737 being on the marketplace from PMBG. So if you don't want to buy from websites, that is another option. Alright, I am crossing Mike Victor Yankee. We can go ahead and do our yaw dampener, half bank, and soft ride just to make it smooth out a little bit for us. So 21 votes. All right, Diesel, you had 4 votes, so it was 4 to 17. I don't know if that makes you feel any better. But the TBM does do a lot, or it does turn around a lot faster than A320 was, so we were able to do a lot more legs. We probably would have done 3 legs versus 5. So you get to see a lot more takeoffs and landings this way. Oh, these clouds would probably make for a good picture, so let's hop outside. There you go, Mike, you'll enjoy this one with the sun and lens glare.
Cheap thrills.
What's that?
The cheap thrills.
Yep.
Louver there on the back right of the fuselage looks like something from slapped in on the side of the plane.
What's that? Sorry, I can't really hear you over the engine.
Sorry, the louver on the back right side of the fuselage looks like something from Home Depot that they slapped on the outside of the plane.
Yeah, it looks like my air exchanger. Register. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Whoa, the weather just changed drastically. That sucked. It looked a lot better. I mean, it still looks good, but not as good. Next vote, I'm just going to start paying to vote for the 320. We're going to rig it. Don't bring politics into this, Michael. Don't bring politics into this, Michael. Next waypoint is Sierra Echo Yankee, and then we're going to want to be at Jordan at 4,000 feet. So let's do this. Go to our utilities page, VCalcs. Vertical speed profile. That's why it did what it did earlier. Okay. Expecting 2,000 feet per minute on our V speed. Target altitude 4,000 feet. And we are looking at Jordan. So now we got our top of descent just a little bit before Sierra Echo Yankee. Probably would be right at Sierra Echo Yankee had we stayed at 16,000 feet. Diesel said, "Ha, no comment."
I wonder what Sierra Echo Yankee is. I wonder what that island is. It's very
Sandy Point,
interesting.
Block Island.
Oh. Okay.
You didn't know that?
No, I did not.
Phew. No, I didn't cheat. I promise. Station declination. That's just kind of fun to say. So station declination, does that mean it's 15 degrees west of north, I guess? Just by looking at it. We have gone to Block Island a couple times. Not on stream, but... Man, look at this crab in the air. An 89 knot wind. It's really hurting our ground speed. We're only cruising at 212 knots. The final flight of the night, we should be booking it then. So we'll be going from Newark to Boston.
Rock going back east.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice.
Looks like the winds are calm for a landing, though.
Oh, let's see if my Navigraph has decided to function. Airports.
Yeah.
East Hampton. Weather. Oh, the winds are calm. Nice.
Damn it. That means I don't have any excuses.
That's funny. Not today, Sabenza. Not today.
No.
Alright, guys. I'm going to pull Sabenza. I'm going to run to the bathroom in the trees real quick. I'll be right back.
Watch out for them cops. You dropping down yet, Mike?
No. Top of descent is... It's a little ways away. 10 miles out. No. Yeah, about 15 miles. For me. That's where you guys are at.
I don't know. You guys were pretty, look like a good ways off my left wing. That's one thing I don't think that the Xbox is able to do is the airways. I've noticed that a few more times in other flights with you guys, is that you guys will have different waypoints. It'd be ever so slightly different than what I will, but yeah, so you guys had a couple more waypoints than I did, but so I'm going straight to Jordan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're hitting the waypoint in between, but it's really in line. You're off to my right just a little bit ahead of me. We're all about in line with each other.
All right. See, maybe if I get there first, you guys won't be able to watch me land and laugh at me.
Good strategy.
Oh, there you guys are. Just come back up. I'm just getting ready to cut through the clouds here.
So Havoc has started down. Michael, I don't know if you're there. If your audio coming through.
Yes, I was talking this entire time, but for some reason the mute button on my microphone is not working very well lately. Alright, sorry about that. Yes, so I'm descending. It has a beep per minute. The arc is right there at Jordan. And I'm expecting ice again, so prop de-ice and windshield de-ice, or windshield heat, I guess is more like it is on. Since we've had ice every single time. I may look at a new microphone at some point, Mike.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of an increase it's going to be to go from the Yeti to something different. Yeah, Diesel. I hit the button and started talking, but I didn't really say anything that the other two would respond to. I was just kind of rambling, like I always do. And then Mike's like, "Oh, Havoc's going down." I was like, "Ah, I know what's wrong."
That's my subtle way of trying to figuring something was wrong.
Yep. Picture crap.
Probably the next step that most folks would take from the Yeti is to a Shura SM7.
Shura?
Shure. S-H-U-R-E brand. SM7. It's your classic podcaster mic.
Okay.
Look at Joe Rogan. Or
There we
any
go.
other classic broadcaster mic. But you'll need, I don't know, I'll shoot you a couple links.
Yeah, there's a few different models here too, so you'll have to. I'm assuming I'll need something more than just USB.
Yeah. Yep. I'll shoot you a link for a typical way to do it.
Okay. So what is it that you know, instead of doing just USB like I have right now, what is it that you're getting?
So, the SM7 is, like I say, more of a classic broadcaster microphone.
Yep.
It does not have the USB built into it, so you then need an audio interface to take, and there's USB ones out there. The Sapphire ones are kind of classic. A couple $100 for that, and that'll interface from the mic signal from a more classical microphone that Yeti integrates everything into the microphone itself.
Yep.
So it can just connect via USB. And currently now with USB has gotten good enough that you can just do that with an interface.
Yeah, it's not a immediate need to have by any means because I'm pretty happy with the quality, but it would be a nice upgrade at some point. Diesel says he has the HyperX Quadcast. It's not as fancy as the Shure, but it's pretty good. Is that probably... What do you think, that's on par with the Yeti, maybe, Diesel or Mike? I'm not a big audio guy, so...
I am not sure on the
HyperX
microphones that have USB built into them.
Gotcha. Alright, so Navigraph is starting to function properly again, which is great. Altimeter is 29er, 908, and don't forget your landing lights at 10,000 feet. And keep your speed below 250. Diesel says yeah, probably. I assume you mean yeah, probably that it's equivalent to the Yeti. Somebody departing out of there. Look at that. Oh, never mind. That's slow Sabenza trying to get ahead of the camera here.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're doing. You hide behind that bush. Very pretty approach.
Yeah, dropping in right over the beach here. It's sweet.
I'm gonna kind of dog way out to the left here a little bit and come back in. We are coming up on our 4,000 foot mark, so let's go ahead and drop that to 2,000 for bigger. I think we can raise our descent rate up a little bit. Let's try 1,500 feet per minute. That looks a little better. Okay, so go ahead and turn our taxi lights on so they'll come on when the gear comes down. Prop and condition lever pull. We can go ahead and get rid of our de-ice. We're out of the visible precipitation and it's about to be above freezing very shortly. And we should be able to go into approach mode and at work this time here shortly, probably at Bigger. He's gonna land before you all and pretend like we won't see the tree stuck in his wing.
Grease it. You guys don't even know.
Half tempted to cut the corner here just to get it in right behind you. Oh man, I wish these GPS messages didn't have a flashing alert. Like I've already got it on the Garmin 750 down here. I don't need it flashing on the dash too. We are catching up to Sabenza pretty quickly here. What's your airspeed?
Oh, let's see. I'm doing 130 right now.
Okay, yeah, I'm catching up to you real quick because I'm doing 220.
Yeah, I'm down at 2,000 feet already.
Yep.
Trying to lower up into gear.
Let's go ahead and put it into approach mode, and we'll slow it up for Sabenza here. We are catching right up to you. So, we might be getting a better camera angle than usual.
Yeah, full play-by-play on this one.
Alright, I'm going to go idle on the power here and try not to shoot through you. Go flaps to approach flaps. So I'm right on your tail now. That alarm you're hearing is because we went to autopilot without the landing gear down. No big deal. I'm just trying to match Sabenza's speed here.
That's getting ready to drop. I'm gonna put my gear out here shortly.
Let's go on down to 1,900 feet. And we're gonna come in right behind you.
Okay, putting gear down.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's see if we can scoot up right in behind you.
I feel like a sitting duck here because I can't see you, so I don't know where you're at.
Go ahead and drop our gear with him. Just don't do anything drastic.
Nope. I'm in approach mode, cruising.
Yeah, look at your rearview mirror real quick.
I wish I could see you, but I got a feeling you're right there, huh?
Pretty much. We should start descending here shortly.
Yep, I just got the diamond I'm dropping. I'm gonna go flaps 1.
Go ahead and drop flaps 2 here just to get it a little ahead of you.
Oh, you must have just showed up. Yeah, there you are. I started getting traffic alerts. I'm picking up their back. Well, there's another TBM here. Oh, are you with us?
Oh, is there one near us?
Yeah, right here at the airport. There's a TBM.
Oh, that's Big Dog, or Mad Dog. Oh, you get a little bit away from
it's
me
all
now.
right. It's me. Sorry.
Okay, going flaps 2.
I got an exceedance for some reason, even though I was only like 60% torque for a second there. That was strange. Formation approach. Yeah, I'm trying to catch back up to him here before we get to the ground.
I thought this wind was supposed to be calm. I'm showing 24.
Yeah, this ain't no calm wind. At least it's not the altitude we're at.
No.
What's your speed there?
I'm doing about 80. It's bouncing between 78 and 83. What? I went external and just heard prop. I'm like, holy shit, yeah, you're right on that. Dude, wow. Okay. Oh, speed's dropping a little bit more here.
Oh, yeah, it is.
The wind's dropping a little bit. Down to 10, 9.
Trying not to run into you. You slow down a lot, I'll be there. Yeah, I don't think this is a lot closer than the usual drone camera approach.
Yeah. Like if I go external, it's all just prop noise. Oh, here comes Mike.
Yeah, sorry guys.
No, go for it.
I've been trying to stay behind you. I can't slow down.
I know, he's going so slow.
the stall.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep in the air right now. That 930 can go slower than us, I guess. 200 minimums. TCAS alert. TCAS.
Okay, let's see if I can not float this time.
Just don't touch your brakes.
Down and cruising.
All right, I got my reversers on. Actually, I'll leave them off for Mike.
Oh, I'm coming up at the end pretty quick here.
I'm down.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Holy crap. I was afraid I was going to get my reversers, so I hit the throttle.
Oh shoot!
I was external and I started
Oh, no.
flying again. Oh god, I actually had an okay landing there, but then took back off on accident. Wow.
Oh, that. You had a really good landing too. That's hysterical.
Yeah, there's no you're just playing on the Xbox with what I have. I'm just on the controller, and it yeah, it's hard to balance it between just idle or whether you're on the gas or hitting the reverser.
Yeah. Let's figure out how.
Yeah.
Whoa. I guess we go left. Yeah. That was hysterical. Thanks for the laugh. I needed that.
God, I was talking to you guys the whole time. Like, look behind, look in the rear view. I'm right here. I'm right here. I
Were
was
you muted?
muted the whole time.
Pulled
Yeah.
me.
I had to put it down hard just to not float over the top of you.
Diesel said, "Wow, double butter nice." Wait, what happened?
Where do I go here? Go left.
Trying to. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, that was classic. Oh, head over here to Mad Dog and park with him.
Yeah, I think this 930's approach much lower than that 850.
I normally approach at 90 knots. It just seems to be comfortable. I was like bounced between. I felt like it was like 70 to 80, trying not to run you over. At one point, I had to level off and just cut the throttle.
Yeah, I was doing about maybe 77 to 82, somewhere in there, depending on the wind.
Yeah, the winds are calm now on the ground.
Yeah, but I could tell you guys were struggling to keep afloat there.
I mean, I wasn't anywhere near stalling by any means, but it was just like, this feels uncomfortable. Diesel says he looks away for 2 seconds and you're already gone. What's up, Mad Dog?
Okay. I have no idea where you guys are, so I'll park up over here.
Okay. Alright, so let that engine stabilize. Still dropping. Still dropping. Had to work it kind of hard there. The ramping up and down, I wasn't too happy with me. I'm curious about this NP exceedance that I got when I was at like 60% torque. Not sure what that means. Okay, engine temperature stabilized. Let's go low idle. Go ahead and get our air conditioning and bleed off. Engine temperature's coming up. What's going on, Dragon? How are you tonight? Did you watch that entire sequence of events? All right, temperature is still dropping, so give it a second here. Okay,
Where did we just
drop down
East Hampton.
to feather. What was that?
We're in East Hampton.
Yep, we're in East Hampton.
Okay.
We'll be heading to Newark next. And temperature's stabilized, so let's go ahead and cut the mixture. Open up a door here. Alright, ignition's going to stay to auto, booster pump to off, fuel selector to manual, APU's already turned off. And let's go ahead and turn the pitot heat and lights off, just to save battery. Oh, you guys, actually everybody's all parked together here, look at that. And one more light. Well, three more. Okay, let me go ahead and get the next flight loaded up through Sunbrief. We are on leg 4. Load that. Generator flight, we are heading on to Newark. Alright, flight has been generated. Let's load it in the nav graph. Hopefully that's functioning a little better. Unload the previous flight. Import the next flight from Sunbrief. So, Hampton to Newark. That is loaded. Let's pull up our Sunbrief here. Go ahead and fetch it so we can get our weights. Alright, we are expecting runway 10 on this departure. The winds are calm on the runway, so that makes sense. And we'll be on a 4 left approach at Newark. It's not calling for an arrival. So we will load in, hopefully a 4-hour left ILS. Payload, block fuel is 923 pounds. On 35 work. She clip the fails and the funny moments from these streams and make a video from it. It would be hilarious. Yes, it would be, but holy crap, that would take forever. Trying to search for all those. Because I would have to download all of my streams and go through it all. That would, oof. unless someone has like specific times when things happen. I don't know if I'll have time to do that. All right,
Well, don't
and
let bookmark would just. I don't. We don't need that to be the opening.
this will be the opening scene. Take a weight 6521. So payload's 872 pounds. Yeah, this is interesting. 879 pounds. Takeoff weight 6521. Why do we have such a discrepancy? So 935 pounds. We're a little heavy on the fuel. 872 on the payload. That'll be okay. It's not that big of a difference. All right,
Your
so
flight plan going all the way up to Connecticut and
yeah, it's going pretty
coming
far
into
north.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll be able to see New York, but not very well until we get closer to Newark. I've actually flown into Newark once. Okay, let's get back in the plane. Everybody's loaded, so go ahead and shut all the doors. Or at least the back door. Can't forget the cargo hold.
We did say 4 left, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go into our flight plan menu, delete. Menu. Import from SimBrief. And we are looking at JPX to Echo Whiskey Romeo. That is correct. Take a look at the procedures here for the approach on 4 left. We've got an ILS 4 left Zulu. That will work perfectly. We're going to be coming in from the north, so we're going to do a pretty much downwind to Kilma. We'll do the approach. Take a look at the map. And that looks excellent. Okay, cool. We'll probably have to adjust our Kilma elevation. But we can't do that inside the 750, unfortunately, right now. We'll worry about that once we get closer. Alrighty. I'm ready to start again if you guys are. There's somebody's already up and running. You know what I haven't been doing is turning the oxygen on, which we really just needed on that last one. Which it hasn't complained about the oxygen, so... This one, what's our flight level going to be? I kind of forget about having to turn the oxygen on without actually watching or running through a checklist. We're looking at flight level 220, so we will definitely want to have the oxygen turned off for this one. Okay. So, check the oxygen levels. It should be fine since we haven't been using it. It's fine. Ignitions to auto. Aft strobe lights are still on. Starter is off. Booster pump on. Manual on the fuel selector. Let's hit that starter again. Looking for an NG of 15%. Introduce fuel. ITT 821, the lowest of the night. Wait for 52% on NG. And condition lever full. High idle. ITT's cooling off a little bit. NG is continuing to rise. Good. Shut the door. You get the stairs first. Alright, let's check our cruise altitude here. Going to 220. So let's bump this up to a little above that. Get our engine bleed to auto. Air conditioning on and fan flow to auto. So, should be good there. We're gonna get the cabin lights back on, along with the pitot heat. Let me brighten these up a little bit since it is starting to get a little dark on us. Hope you guys watching the stream here. Let's leave SoftBank on. Don't have a departure once again, so we are going to take off runway 10, which has a runway heading of 102. On over to 102. Going in heading mode. Altitude mode. Climbing straight up to 220. Go 1800 feet per minute on takeoff. (220) Confirm. Looks good. Starter's still on, so let's get that turned off. Cool how you can see the lights. Text lights. The lights brighten up whenever you reduce that load on the alternator. Trim is where we like it. Flaps take off. Inertial separator to on. I believe we are ready to rock and roll. We are taking off runway 10, so we need to basically backtrack the way we just came. So we'll do a 180 here, hit that closed runway, crossing runway 16 over to Hotel to Alpha. Alright guys, I think I am ready to go, minus a few cleanup items. Alright, yep, I'm ready.
Me too.
Mike? I think
Yep,
you're muted if
ready
you're
to
talking,
roll.
okay. And then Mad Dog, how about you? Since you joined us?
Good to go.
Perfect.
Good to go.
Alright, park brake off, top of the beta range, and bring her back just a hair. There we go. Get rolling. And we're just gonna hit this closed runway over here. On the way out. Beep beep. Across here. Not sure who was in front of me there, but
It's probably me. I don't know where you went.
Yep.
Oh, there you guys are. Wow, that's the first time I've seen you on the ground tonight.
clear that master caution.
Oh, I had that wrong. Well,
Yeah, the chart. Well, no, the charts do match. Never mind. Alright, we're gonna take this first right here. We are off Hotel onto Alpha, and we'll take this all the way down to 10. Alright, we're going to depart here and do a left turn back to the nav track at 1,000 feet. Let's check our altimeter real fast. Altimeter's now 3001, so it has updated. Why did I lose my vertical speed? Vertical speed to... This is being really slow to go between these two. I don't know why this is such a weird glitch. Alright, landing lights on. Let's enter runway 10. See nobody on approach. Sabenza managed to keep it on the ground in the taxiway. That's good. We can get a rolling start here. Bring some power in. And let's go full throttle. Oh, shoot. Canceling takeoff.
Uh-oh.
Didn't have my prop in. Let's try that again.
Back around.
Yeah, I'm coming back around. My torque went really high, and I was like, uh-oh, something's wrong. And then I realized I forgot to put my prop in. Yeah, so I'll be third in line. Fourth in line.
I'm gonna wait till you get back around closer up.
Rejected takeoff. It's better to fix it on the ground than in the air. I probably could have fixed it there, but I didn't want to have to wait on the engine while rolling down the runway. Alright, go for it, Mike. Alright. Prop lever is max. That's what, once again, what I get for not using a checklist. Luckily, we didn't hit any exceedance there, so it wasn't too big of a deal. Let's get rolling. Ah, that sounds better. That was another thing that kind of clued me into it, that I didn't have that prop spinning like you normally would. 60 knots. 80 knots. Yeah, looking at this length of this runway, I'm glad I canceled that when I did.
Yeah, that was pretty short.
I was ready to gear up. Looking for 1,000 feet. Alright, let's go flaps up, left turn. Put her in nav mode. Love the performance of this airplane. Sunset's getting even better. Alright, let's go A50 mode. Pull the power back just a hair. A50 mode. Let's bump her up.
I got you and Slow Benza behind me. We're missing who's
He's right next to you.
Mad Dog here somewhere?
He was.
Yeah.
I lost track of him.
Looks like.
I'm down here.
Oh, there he is. He's right behind you. He's a little lower than you.
Yeah, just not showing up on my. Oh. There he is.
Yeah, so I'm just flying with the trim right now. I was doing pretty good.
I think I missed out on this though. Are you guys doing an arrival or just an approach?
Just an approach. There's no arrival for this flight. Mike, I haven't flown this on BetSim yet. We're gonna have to do that sometime this week. This aircraft. Alright, I'm going up into the clouds here, so we're gonna go autopilot. Let's go ahead and get that windshield and prop the ice on, because I'm sure it's going to start icing. Oh, as soon as I said that, it started icing. Look at that. It's almost like it's happened 15 times already. And we're showing top climb just a little bit before our first waypoint. Let's check our cabin pressure. We're expecting 6,000 feet for the cabin altitude. It is at 2 at the moment and climbing. Oxygen is on this time. I'm going to turn our taxi lights off. Landing lights can come off here in a moment. Keep building up that throttle. Keep that torque as close to that white line right before the red line as we can. Once again, we got a pretty stiff headwind, so our ground speed's gonna suck. This thing's been a workhorse for us today. Oh, that's a cool picture right there. Wish when you look past like this wing right here, it didn't blur to, it looks like a really sharp blur. Just looks wrong. Check the cabin again, we're up to 3,000 feet, a little over that. Torque, we can raise it just a hair more. It's getting a little late. I'm gonna get a shower and off to bed. Good luck on the landing. Some of y'all need it. I'm not gonna say who. See you. Good night, Diesel. Thanks for hanging in there as long as you did. Love busting through the clouds. Alright, we are above the clouds here. Let's get this inertial separator off. Pull the torque a little bit here.
Watch your torque.
Yep. Alright. Inertial separator seems to be off. Bring torque back in. Right up to that white line. Hey, another owl. How's it going? Who's it going? I see what you did there. What's going on, owls? How are you tonight? Being a little nocturnal. If we were to go to live time right now, it'd be very dark. We wanted to get these flights in and have something to look at for a change. I'm doing great. We're having a blast right now. We are on leg 4 of 5, heading up to Newark, just left West Hampton. Which their airport code makes no sense. JPX. East Hampton, sorry. We are on US East right now. I don't typically do, when we do the group flights, don't use VASM simply because it could get a little convoluted if there's a lot of people on. In the air with me right now, I got Mad Dog, Slow Sabenza, and Mike. Your name is too long, Sabenza. Slabenza.
At least my first name isn't Turd.
I sent Mike something the other day. I was looking at a drawing, and the professional engineer who stamped the drawing was T. Ferguson. I was like, no way! His middle name was T. I don't know his. I don't remember what his first name was, but it didn't even matter. Cool. You might hop on the second leg. All right. Well, this is our 4th out of 5, so we've got one more leg after this. If you want to join us on the final one, it's a bit longer, so you'll get plenty of your time.
There's too many mics around, so I can't go with that. It's too generic at this point.
Yes. There's a lot of us. There can only be one.
Yeah. There's only one turd. actually, there's like 93 turds. That's why I had to go T instead.
No, remember there's... So, Owls, I don't know, or anyone who's watching right now, if you're not aware of where Mike got his name from. For the longest time, it was like 5 streams in a row, there was a T. Ferguson following us around. And we're like, who is this guy? And then we realized it was always a slightly different number at the end of it. So there's multiple T. Fergusons. And it was like 786 and 826 or something like that. So, of course, one afternoon, Mike decided, hey, to change his name, not say anything. And I looked behind me, and there's a T. Ferguson following behind me. And I was like, hey, look, it's T. Ferguson. Wait a minute. Alright, let's go over to standard pressure. Landing lights off. Overhead panel is good to go. Yeah, right. And at the time, we thought you had to pay to change your name in the sim, which I don't think was the case. So at first I was like, did he really just pay to change his name? Oh, I'm coming up, I'm about to fly right over top of you here, Mike.
Yeah, I lost some airspeed here. I'm leveling off for a minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, I was just looking at my airspeed and I saw you off my nose. It's amazing how difficult it is to get your airspeed back in this thing at altitude when after you've lost it. Oh, this is beautiful. I'm coming up on cruise here. This is the TBM 850 from Black Square. I actually haven't gotten the PC-12 yet. I'm trying to decide if I want it or not. I'm not a huge fan of the way the cockpit looks, but I do like what that developer puts out also, so. Alright, Mike, I just saw your links you sent me about the microphone and then the audio interface, so let's visit this. So the Focusrite Scarlet is what I need.
You need some kind of interface that is a good one for the money.
Yeah.
I have a 2-channel or 4-channel version of that same one. Been very happy with it.
Is this just a 2-channel?
I think it is. It'll give you one XLR input, so one microphone. Which is probably all you need. Mine has 2 XLR inputs, so 2 mic inputs and 2 line inputs. So
Gotcha.
4-channel. But I don't think you need that.
No, I don't plan on having more than one microphone.
Unless you're gonna like bust out the guitar and jam on stream or something.
There you go. Cruise in-flight music. In-flight jam session. Holy
where's Ken?
smokes. Ken? I don't know. I thought he was going to be on because he was messaging about the voting sequence earlier, but I don't know. Alright, so let's pull that torque back just a hair here. And drop our prop RPM to 1900 just for the sound. You can see that torque kind of bouncing up a little bit as it tries to compensate. Alright, 1900, and let's bring the torque back in. Ground speed of 204 knots, that's painful. Alright, I'm at Betha. Left turn to CMK. How many hours are we up to in this thing now? We've been flying this for a few hours now. 18. A little over 18. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this livery. Not usually a huge silver person, but this one works. No, I got it off Flight Sim earlier. I was looking to mix it up a little bit. Grab some screenshots while we're up here. Look at those reflections. Look at all the clouds and everything below it. That's awesome.
That's very cool in the spinner.
Yeah. Do you run MSFS betas? No, not usually. Mainly for stability purposes. Although, I don't hear too many people having issues with it, so... Although, right now might not be a bad time with Sim Update 15 right around the corner, because we do all run into issues with not being able to see each other on Microsoft Flight Simulator servers. But I just gotta wait another, what, 15 days or so? 16 days, and they should take care of us.
So they say.
So they say. You want to get the beta because the any builds A320. Yeah, Sean, one of the members of our community, he runs the beta, and he was saying it's actually pretty good. I haven't tried it myself yet, obviously, but I do look forward to giving that a try. It'd be, something a little different. Although we've got a plethora of A320s now. I really want more. I wish they would have built an A321 Neo. That would have been pretty nice, because we don't have too many options for the Neo right now. I think we've got just the... it's not headwinds, it's Latin VFR? Somebody makes a Neo. That's a A321, but...
Yeah. It's still Latin VFR, but you have to pay for it.
Yeah. And then Phoenix has said that they're going to give us an A321 and an A319, A319. And I look forward to those, but we don't get the Neo engines with them. It's not a huge deal, but I would like the performance of the Neo over the current engine option. Okay, let's see here. It's showing me at 16,000 feet at pins. You guys showing the same thing? 14,000.
So I think I'm way off where you guys are.
Had you going where?
Direct to Kilma.
Oh wow. Okay. Same. I need something better than the LVFR crap. Yeah, I have not wasted my money on their stuff after the initial reviews. So nope, not gonna get this. The only airplane that I'm considering right now is the E-Jet. I got a buddy who flies a lot of that sim, does a bit of streaming with it and everything too. He says it's actually working pretty well, and I'm kind of stuck between this balancing act of getting it before it goes up in price and getting an airplane that's, something I can fly on VATSIM, because anything that, especially an airliner that I'm going to buy and spend money on, I want to be able to use it on VATSIM. And I do like the E-Jets as an airplane. I was pretty disappointed. Who made that thing? What was the developer on that? Was it Flight Sim Studio? Yes, Flight Sim Studio. I was a little disappointed with all the hype that was surrounding it when they first released that thing, because it really didn't offer anything they really promised outside of a really good model. Now, in their defense, they are improving it on a weekly basis. Like, I think they're pushing out updates every other week. So that's as long as they continue that pace, it'll eventually become something worth having. But it's currently $40 still. So that's a pretty steep price for something that, when it first came out, you couldn't even fly it on VATSIM. Doesn't have VNAV is really the biggest issue right now, and I'm not sure what they're doing for as far as the navigation, because originally they were using the MSFS default navigation for the MCDU, or whatever they call it, the flight computer on the aircraft. So, as we all know, the default is not that great. But they're making leaps and bounds. It's been out for about, 9 months now or so. Alright, pins at 16,000. Let's do a VCAL. 16,000 at pins.
Why do you choose 2,000 feet a minute for your descents? What's the logic there?
This thing, I think it says in the manual to do 2,000 feet per minute. And I found that 2,000 feet per minute allows me to... I mean, you're not really going to do much of an idle descent with this thing because an idle descent would be absurd. It'd be like 6,800 feet per minute. So it allows me to leave some power in, take advantage of that extra speed. We're coming up on top of descent now, so let's go down to 16,000 and start descending.
Well, I think slows Benza, you're gonna get your landing without us going direct to Kilma.
Total greaser, bud.
Absolutely. We'll pull the twigs and leaves out of it after we get there.
Yep.
And 2,000 feet per minute.
It kind of looked like Mad Dog was coming this way earlier too, but I've lost him. It's weird. I can see like 10 people, 12 people, but none of you guys.
We get busy, it's definitely busy down where we're heading now.
I kind of figured that might have been the case.
Yeah, there's a lot of people over there. Over there is where we're heading.
We got Crazy Cooter over here.
Mike's above me. He hasn't started descending, or he's about to start descending. Let's watch our torque here. We are in 850 mode still. So we're gaining performance as we descend. Let's go ahead and get the local altimeter for the airport.
I was showing 3008.
Yep, got the same thing. So we'll go ahead and go over to that. Since we're about to go through 18,000 feet. We are getting close to our maximum speed here. Getting a bit of time back with this descent here. Ground speed's up to 278. Pull it out of 850 mode here once we get closer to our destination. And then we were talking about at Wilma, we probably want to be, let's call it 5,000 at Wilma. So we got SACs at 14, CV at 16. I'm leveling off at CV right now. Pull some power back in since we're leveling off. Keep that speed as fast as possible. We could actually lower our cabin pressure here, make everybody a little bit more comfortable, bring that on down to 18. This would be a fun plane, Mike, to build a full cockpit for. Just like it sits right here.
Yeah, that'd be very cool.
Probably needs two TVs. Or, not TVs, but monitors for the instruments. You got one for the HSI and then the, Artificial Horizon. And then one for your 870. Not 870. Phew, I'm getting tired. 750 and 530.
Yeah.
Although you wouldn't really have the push functionality. That would be the big thing. If we could, you may probably need a whole screen just for this. Although honestly, I wouldn't care to ignore the 530. But if you could get a 750 and the 530 is like an actual piece of equipment, that would be pretty cool. And then you need a lot of little servos or encoders to do all the dials.
The 750 does a good job as a pop out.
Yeah, you just
Access.
you need it to be a touch screen of some sort.
Yeah. Yep.
This is a pretty fun plane to fly in VR. It's a lot smaller in VR than what it feels like pancake mode. What kind of mileage we're getting right now? Bad, 3.78.
Even on descent?
I'm leveled off now at 16.
Oh yeah, so am I. That's right. I'm really thinking about going to a larger 4K TV like you're doing.
It made a world of a difference, mainly at night. But it's,
You know,
it's
I've
amazing.
got the 3070. And it's not gonna like 4K,
Yep.
but I want the larger real estate.
Yeah, it was really strange when I first got it. Felt like it was too big, but now I'm used to it. I'm like, I wonder what a 56-inch would feel like. It wouldn't work too well though, because I already feel like I have to like crane my neck to my other monitors to figure out what's going on. Al, is you still with us, buddy? Still planning on joining us down here in Newark?
Yes, my fuel flow right now is 52 gallons per hour. I'm pushing it, trying.
I'm burning 60.8. I still got an 850 mode pegged out.
I bump it out at 850. Well, we're leveled off. I could actually go back in.
Yeah, I left it in since we were only dropping down to 16. Now once we start our bigger descent, I'll pull it back out. You just gotta be weary of your torque as you gain performance back. This has been a fun evening, that's for sure. I do have to call a plumber tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah, my washing machine, somewhere down the line, because I tried snaking it earlier, but I only have a 50-foot snake, I think. There's something clogged up, and it may be out in the main line, and it may just, pop the clean out open and clean it out there. But when the I need to descend to 14,000 feet. Whoops. Do that real quick. Whenever the washing machine empties, it pumps out like 15 gallons per minute, so it's quite a bit higher than what you'd normally get out of a faucet or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it actually backs up and flows out the top. So yesterday I was walking through the kitchen, which on the other side of the wall is where the laundry's at. Whoa! What did they just do here? My flight plan just disappeared. Well, not the whole thing, but it's going to Kilma, but it's weird how it displayed it. Kind of wonder if I need to do an update on this thing. Anyways, I walked through the kitchen and I stepped in water and I was like, that's not good.
Oh man!
Luckily,
15
it's
gallons a minute is that's pretty high. Like none of your fixtures in your house, like the best, like your garden hose, is gonna give you at best like 8 gallons a minute.
yeah. Cause so I snaked it twice, pulled out a little bit of the stuff here and there, but nothing major, and then threw the water hose in it and let it run for a solid 5 minutes. Never backed up. So it's probably just built up on the inside of the pipe somewhere, and it just started doing it. So I had somebody probably come out tomorrow or sometime this week, try to snake out the main drain out to the sewer.
The house I had before the current one, I bought it from a knucklehead, and we had all kinds of problems with the kitchen sink drain, and I was tearing my hair out constantly trying to figure out what was backing it up, and nothing would clear it. So finally it was a huge mystery. So I finally just called the guy and said, hey, what did you do? Like, what historically? He's like, well, I don't know, we this, that, and whatever, and we usually in the kitchen sink wash the I don't know what you call him. He was a beekeeper, but like pseudo beekeeper, like wannabe, and so he was hot water melting beeswax down into the drain for a number of years.
Oh wow!
And I was like, oh my god, are you kidding me? You can't do that. So I had to go and tear up carpet, cut subfloor out, and tear out a huge amount of there was probably 20 foot of pipe, 1.5 PVC, going through the house between the floors that was plugged almost solid with beeswax.
Oh man!
And there's no getting rid of that. It's inert. You can't dissolve it. There's no chemical that will break it down.
You probably want to start descending, Mike. Just FYI. We're going to 4,000 at Kilma.
Ooh yeah. All right.
I'm descending at 2,500 feet per minute, trying to catch up. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I didn't want you.
No, that's a good call. Get at a 850 mode here.
We can get our landing lights on. And we will be on the ground shortly. Let's see here. Alright, I don't know why it calls for 14,000 at Kilma, but we're going down to 4, and then to 2,800 at Mbay. Howya. And then we'll be on the runway. Let's grab the ILS, and we need to slow up just a hair here to get below 250 knots. Just a hair over.
110.75.
110.75. Alright, I already loaded in there. That's nice.
The other guys must be pretty close to on the ground.
I am 50 feet over there, over the runway right now. Be ready for a crab.
Echo Whiskey Romeo, Newark Liberty approaches. We're going to 4 left. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Why? Oh, I looked right over top of it. 11075, which is what we got. Perfect. And we need to be at 2800 at Mbay, so let's go ahead and change this to 2800. Check our map out, see where that's got us leveling off at. It's gonna be pretty good. Pretty close. Yeah, I feel like I'm making some progress down here.
Yeah, be ready for a little bit of a crab coming in.
What's the weather right now? 33015, gusting 23. Ooh, yeah.
I tell you what, though, I nailed it. All right, while you guys are catching up, I'm actually going to go use the restroom and not outside. So,
okay. All right, let's start slowing up a little bit here. And we'll go ahead and remove the half bank soft ride. So this thing doesn't overshoot too much.
It's kind of a tight turn here.
Yeah, it is. Here's the airport. And we should have the localizer. So let's check it on the CDI here. Did not show it just yet, or it was off to the side a little bit. Oh, hang on, I know why. CDI, there we go. Let's go to approach mode. It's not got me lined up very well, so it's heading mode over to the localizer. Do that kind of out of sequence there, so that didn't help anything. Approach mode is armed, so it should capture. It overcorrected me because it didn't take that turn fast enough. Alright, let's go approach flaps. We're below 180. Localizer is coming in. Should be grabbing it shortly. Let's go and help it out a little bit. Start turning. Make sure it captures. Did not capture. Go manual. It's probably because I did it past M Bay. Check it out, heading mode, and rearm approach mode here. There we go, now it seems to have captured. Glide slope's coming up. I wasn't kidding about that crab.
Yeah.
More lined up on the right runway than the left runway here. Keep on scooting over. Alright, glide slope is captured. No, no it's not. Just kidding. Okay. We're just gonna hand fly this in. Let's go landing gear. Bring the prop back in. Still trying to work my way to the left. I don't know why it's not capturing this glide slope with the approach mode. It's weird. Just take it out of altitude mode. I turned off altitude mode and it seems to have fixed my issue.
I went back to nav from heading. It's lining me back up.
I can autopilot here for a second just to see how it performs. Yeah, let's get me back on course now. Oh, never mind. It's gonna be below the glide slope. Interesting. I don't know why that didn't capture. All right, landing gears down. Continue slowing. Let's level off just a hair here. Get back on this glide slope. Alright, approach flaps. I'm sorry, landing flaps. Landing lights are on. Let's go ahead and get our taxi lights on. Looking at 90 knots. Somebody departing with a tailwind, but that was interesting. Alright, gear down. Not going to worry about the inertial separator. Should be a very clean runway with this big airport.
I don't know about the thought from Slow's landing.
Man, you're gonna talk about him like that when he's in the bathroom? Gear down. Yeah, it's probably because I tried joining it after that last waypoint. That's probably what it was. Seems to be the common theme when we don't get it to capture. Although I would think that it would still be able to capture it again, but doesn't seem to be the case. It's alright. It's a nice VFR landing right now. He wasn't kidding about that crab. Right on the money with the glide slope, and it's showing me low.
you're in a short little plane. The glide slope's set up for like a 7.3 or an A320 or.
Yeah, but if I'm on the ILS, the Pappy should match the ILS, shouldn't they?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of pilots talk about that. Those are tuned for your visual for being like 20 or 30 foot above your landing gear.
Oh, well, maybe that's the difference. All right, let's pull power. Quite the crab.
GA at a big airport. They tune them for the biggest.
Ooh, man, this thing is crooked.
That lane.
Let's bring her around before we touch down. Still trying to keep the center line, and I'm on the ground and I'm skidding sideways. That was wild. Holy crap. That was probably the biggest crab I've ever had in this thing. Even after I was on the ground, I was still pointing like 30 degrees left. I think I saw everybody off to the left over here.
Yeah, we're down here.
Alright, let's go flaps up. Landing lights can come off, and we got one more leg after this. I'm gonna have to get something to drink after we get in the air.
Oh god, you're not kidding. Ooh.
Yeah, I see you coming in right now. Don't forget your landing gear. Alright, these guys are just parked randomly on the side of the street here. We'll pull over here with you guys.
We do what we want.
Yeah, your front row seats to the landings, huh? Alright. Work brakes on. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that landing. That was interesting. Go pitot heat off. Taxi lights off. Oxygen off. Temperature's stabilized, so let's go 50%. Indication lever, let that drop. And that was my worst landing yet, but I lost sight of the runway for a moment and ended up dropping down on it some. 138. It was one of those, I gotta get this thing on the ground. This is turning ugly real quick. Alright, ITT has stabilized. Drop the feather.
Oh my God.
Turn the panel lights down just a hair so it doesn't blow out your else vision. And we're stabilized. Let's go engine cutoff. Push the pump to off. Manual select on the fuel pump. And stroke can go off. Get these doors open. Get some fresh air, stretch your legs. And let's get this thing loaded up for one more flight. So real quick, let me go to some brief. Go to leg 5. Load that in. And we are going from Newark to back to Boston after a long day of flying. It's a right flight. There goes Mike right behind me. Let's pull it in. Navgraph. Flights unload. Import flight from Sunbrief. Newark to KBOS. While that loads, because Navgraph is being exceptionally slow tonight for some reason. Let's go ahead and fetch our latest flight plan. And surprisingly, we don't have a departure once again. So, going direct to Breezy. On up to KBOS. And we actually don't have an arrival either. Interesting. Surprised we're not getting those tonight. Even at these larger airports. Take a look at our payload. Looking at 907 pounds of fuel. We'll take 915. And then our takeoff weight is 6505. So we'll leave it. Now we can drop it down just a hair. 6507. Perfect. Planes loaded. Let's just double check the fuel real quick. Block fuel 907. We have 915. Hop back into the aircraft. Everybody's in the airplane. Close the door. We forgot to turn off the engine bleed, so let's go ahead and get that all turned off. Those fans turned off, so we're not draining too much battery on startup here. Strobe light can go on. Ignition is the auto. Boost pump to on. Fuel's on manual. Prop. And condition lever down. Starter. Looking for NG 15%. 15. Let's introduce fuel. ITT. Let's switch that. 834. We're good. Looking for NG of 52%. And full. And before I forget, we're gonna pretend someone's out there going to shut our cargo door for us. Okay, NG stabilized. Starter can go off. Get our taxi light. Engine bleed to high, or auto, sorry. Air conditioning on. Airflow to auto. SimBrief says for altitude, flight level 170. Really? Interesting. Okay. So we're going to 170.
Low.
Yeah, it does. 170, so we'll leave it at 2000. Get the cabin oxygen on. Confirm we got plenty of oxygen. We do. Conditions in auto. Let's go auto on the booster pump and auto on this fuel selector, tank selector. Heat back to on. Let's check the altimeter since it's been a little while since we put it in for our approach. Whether it's still the same, 3008, so we're good there. So we're going to be climbing up to, what I say, 170?
Yep.
17. We'll climb out at 1800 feet per minute. Altitude, we can turn approach mode off. And we don't have a departure again, so let's see here. We are departing at runway 4 left, which is what we just landed on, and 4 left. Runway heading is standby. Wow, Navigraph takes forever. (039). Okay. Inertial separator, we'll leave it off again. Trim is set. Flaps takeoff. Prop full. Don't want to forget that again. We had a rejected takeoff last time because I forgot. See, it reset my altitude again. I don't know why it does that. It should not do that. I'm going to reset this. Okie dokie, is everybody ready?
Pretty much ready.
Alright, so we will take, everybody kind of do a 180 here to the right. Down, what taxiway is that? Bravo. And we'll hop on 4 left. I got you guys in front of me if you guys want to start scooting.
Yep.
Brakes in, park brake off. Army of TBMs.
Like a bunch of Steve-O Knievos out here.
Yeah. I downloaded his livery earlier.
Oh, really?
Almost flew with it. Alright, so I'm going to turn panel lights down a little bit more. It's a bit distracting how bright it is in here. Hopefully you guys can see everything just fine on the stream there. It looks like you can. CDI back to GPS. Alright, you're gonna need a bit of a left aileron on this departure. A lot of left aileron, Mike. This actually might be a legitimate a lot. Because I've got a lot of left rudder in right now. I'm going to go ahead and turn my landing lights on because it's getting kind of hard to see things. Try not to run off the taxiway here with this wind's blowing me all over the place. Alright, approach looks clear. Trim is where we like it. We are in takeoff flaps. Visually confirm that we're good. I'm gonna roll right behind these guys. Prop is full.
Guess I didn't have to go so far down.
And give you guys a little bit of a head start there. We've got a long runway here to play with. All right, one's in the air. Alright, let's get rolling. Annunciator's clear. Bringing some power.
Alright, and I'm going for it.
Better left aileron here. Coming right behind you. Just get in the air.
Woo! Woo! Oh my gosh.
I was flying up right up behind somebody there. Didn't give you too much time. I thought I'd give you more than I did. Alright, positive rate gears up. Oh boy, you know I'm tired when I didn't even put my flight plan in. Alright, so let's go ahead and load that in real quick. Flaps up. Let's do a left turn, get back on the nav track. These city departures are even cooler in a TBM compared to like our typical airliner. Okay, flaps are up. Everything's happy. Let's pull the torque back some.
Be Manhattan. Off to the right on your way out.
Oh yeah. You got a good visual of that. Look at that. Let's go 850 mode. Get some power in there. Let's snag a screenshot while we can. Nice. Push that throttle up a bit more. At least the winds will be in our favor for a change. Should get there pretty quick.
Yeah, that's way cool. That's a sweet departure right over
Yeah.
New York. Going right over Central Park.
It's a pretty cool screenshot.
Depends on your way over there.
Let's say I'm not sure where he went, but
Over Manhattan.
Yeah, just flew over Central Park.
Oh, yeah, Mad Dog's over there too. It's weird. Are you not? Well, I guess you're probably not using Sunbrief since you're on Xbox.
No,
What is your heading right now?
let's see, I'm 064.
That's what one says it is. I did something wrong when I plugged it in.
Well, I was so excited to get there, I didn't even put my flight plan in. Until I got in the air.
Which runway are we going for?
33 left at the moment.
33?
Yep.
Okay, I had to punch it in for 32.
We're going home, Mike.
Yeah. So 33 left. Mine loaded 22. The winds aren't right for that.
Let's see what the weather's like over in Boston. 30010. Yeah, 32 would work also. 33 left is a lot bigger runway. And actually, I would take 33 left because we can go back to where we started the entire day from.
Okay.
Perfect.
Just roll all the way down to the end of the runway. And you'll be there.
Or float and land long.
Yep, there you go. That works too.
That's more my style. Let's see.
Flying with style.
The 33 left does not have an ILS. There's an RNAV.
Really?
That's what I've got, yeah.
That is surprising. I mean, if you want to make it real interesting, we could do like a 4 left.
Oh, I was wrong. There is an ILS 33 left.
Okay, I was about to say that's like their longest, or I don't know if it's the longest, but it's right there with the longest.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Alright, we're about 10,000 feet. Let's get the landing lights off. Yes, bump up the torque just a hair. So 33 left is 10,083 feet long. It is the longest runway they have.
That should be enough.
Maybe. It's the longest runway by 83 feet? No, 70. How much was it? 1083. 77 feet. 4 right or 2 left, however you want to look at it, would be the second longest. But we'll come in over the water, so it should be really cool. Kind of curious. Let me go look at the charts it gave us. Because I feel like we could take advantage of some winds if it's... Show me the... Oh, sorry. Excuse me. I need to find the wind charts. I feel like we should be much higher for this longer of a flight.
Screw it, you want to take it up?
I'm checking the wind charts real quick. See, the jet stream is not really affecting us there. What about 220? I see. Interesting. Where is my briefing? Here we go. Here's the wind charts.
Yeah, if we go higher, we'll get more wind up higher.
Yeah, just make sure the direction is fine. Yeah, looks okay. What do you guys want to do? You want to go up to 290?
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
I was cooking at 330 already.
Yeah, I'm at 332. 68. It's not quite a direct tailwind, but yeah, let's go over standard. Just watch your speed once we start getting higher. Change your cabin altitude also.
Mm-hmm. Check.
I was a little surprised that it didn't take us up higher. Let me rerun it real quick. Just see what it says. Let it fly. Maybe I wonder if it's doing it at the wrong time. Oh, that's what it is. So departure time. It's currently 4:11 Zulu. This is showing still 17,000. What am I doing wrong? It's not getting us to a higher altitude. I don't know. The winds are stronger up higher though, so we're gonna take advantage of it. I mean, I'm climbing at 300 knots ground speed, so nothing to complain about there.
What's your vertical speed set to?
1200 at the moment. It's starting. My speed's starting to drop pretty quickly there, so I'm about to lower it.
I'm doing 1,000. I'm about to switch over to indicated airspeed mode. Just to hold my. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
You know what? I haven't really messed with that. Let's see here. If you set IAS.
When you click the button, it'll just hold your indicated airspeed at whatever you're currently at when you push the button.
Yeah.
And reduce your vertical speed appropriately to maintain that.
Yep. Wish there was a way to adjust the speed you're going at.
I think the up-down are supposed to do that.
Yeah, they don't though.
Yeah.
Should get some really good fuel economy up here. I'm at 2.3 for 2.9.
Feet below you.
I'm climbing about 172. Okay.
I just passed 360 knots ground speed and climbing.
Nice. While climbing?
No. What the speed is still climbing.
Oh, okay.
I'm leveled off at 29. This thing is rocking. I don't know
Yeah.
if I've ever seen this plane quite so fast.
The 930 will climb a lot heftier than the 850.
It's got quite a bit more horsepower.
Yeah, there's 375. It's starting to slow down now. I've flown the heck out of this thing, and I don't know if I've ever seen it quite that high.
Getting close to having this thing firewalled. Oh, never mind. I'm firewalled. Giving her all she's got, Captain. ITT is still happy, though. That's all that matters. Well, and torque. That's starting to drop off pretty quick. It's already dropped 3 degrees. Never mind, just raised up 4? What? 5? Weird. Oh, what caused that? By hitting the up button and see what happens. Up. Okay, so that does work. It just doesn't indicate anywhere.
What
Okay.
works?
The up and down button does work. It just doesn't indicate what you got it set to. So I'm going to drop it to 160 here. I mean, obviously your airspeed shows it, but
Yeah, and I'm seeing my vertical speed increase as I click the down button.
yeah. Just trying to get that last couple thousand feet here, and I mean, I think technically the 850 is supposed to climb a much slower rate than what we're probably climbing at right now. I'm at 151 at the moment. I would have just expected to have seen some sort of number readout for what you get your vertical, your speed set to, you know. But I was really starting to struggle.
What's your ground speed now?
293. I'm climbing about 151. $1,000 feet to go. Let's go. A little over a minute. Let's bump up the temperature in the cabin a little bit here. It's getting cold. 65. Outside air temperature is negative 41 Celsius. Oh, I don't know if it's able to keep up with. Let's see here. If we get I don't want to go high on the bleed because it probably hurts the performance. Did I lower that or raise it? It cranked up.
Is your cabin temp now turned all the way up?
Yeah, it just turned to 25 degrees Celsius. And it's down to 62 degrees Fahrenheit. 17 C. I wonder if I do move it to high, if that'll... If that immediately affected my... Oh, well, never mind. I'm at top of the climb. And so I went to bleed high. 90 knots. Wind, that's crazy. Now it's coming back up. That's cool how that's modeled.
Yep, I'm seeing the same thing as I'm getting up here with you. It's getting colder in here.
Ground speed of 359, 360. It's about to get a little better. I'm turning to the right just a hair. Let's see what the fuel data looks like. Fuel use negative 4.4. I don't know what that means. 60 gallons per hour, 6.3 miles per gallon. Pretty good, this thing. Just got this thing wide open at this point. I'm ready to be done.
Already got me descending. I'm down at 19,000 feet already.
I'm probably not too far behind you on the descent. Let me look at this real quick. I didn't put a approach in yet, so I need to do that. So let's go. No, not utilities. Procedures. Approach. And we are looking for 33 left. ILS 33 left. Bend transitions is the only one we have. Let's go ahead and load that map. Alright. We are looking at 4,000 at Bend. Utilities, VCAP 4,000 at Bin. Oh, yep, I just reached my top of the descent. Alright, down to 4. I should get some really good ground speed here in a minute. I'm at 389. $400. 402. That's awesome.
29,000 feet. A little bit behind you, but everything's maxed out firewall, and I'm at 370 ground speed. Slowly climbing, so probably we have a little bit more wind up ahead.
I'm descending now too. 403.
Damn.
$404. Let's go. It's the fastest I've ever had this thing. That's pretty awesome. It looks like I'm going to max out at 404. What'd you get up to, Benza?
398 is what I saw before the air density started getting me again.
Oh, 405. Snag a screenshot. And that's without doing anything crazy. I mean, I could dive bomb. Oh, 406. Come on. I'm gonna have 15 screenshots just from the speed.
Yeah, this is just on a, an approach descent, so it's nothing, like you said, crazy.
Yeah. Oh, better watch my torque though. It's getting
Yeah, it sneaks up on you.
It's getting to the red line. 407.
You have to keep an eye on 250 knots, under 10,000 as well.
Yeah. A little bit of weather ahead of us here. Let's see if anything pops up on the weather radar. Probably not. It's just kind of broken. Welcome to winter flying, where you can double your ground speed by going the opposite direction. I mean, we're moving at airliner pace right now. Hey, 408.
Screenshot.
Screenshot. Oh, I'm about to turn into the wind just a little bit. I'm like, I think I met my maximum. Yep, I'm slowing down. Dang it. That was pretty cool though. All right. We are on hour 3.5 of this flight right now. Started this flight with like 16 hours on the plane and be close to 20 by the time we're done. We've got 25% of my flight hours tonight on this airplane. Well, probably closer to 20%, but still. My plane's hunting a little bit for a nav track. It keeps rocking back and forward.
Wow.
I'm getting close to my max airspeed too. I don't know if it's this half bank or soft ride that's causing this to happen, but turn those off and see if that fixes it.
Oh, my gas light just came on.
Alright, I'm going out of A50 mode because I'm hitting my, what kind of nut? There it goes. Hitting my red line on my speed there. My plane is really hunting for this nav track.
Mine too. Just zigzagging back and forth.
Yeah. Yaw damper maybe? Let's turn that off. The CRJ was notorious for doing this. The only fix I ever really came up with is to go in the heading mode. So we can try that real quick.
I don't know if it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't like to have this much tailwind.
I don't know. I'm going to heading mode and see if that does anything for me. Curious to see if it fixes it like the CRJ does. Yep, that did fix it. Let's go back to nav mode. It's correcting because I went off course just a hair. Alright, let's go ahead and get the prop and windshield anti-ice on because we're about to go through some precipitation. And we can turn our ice light on just to check for any buildup on the wing. What plane is that? This is the Black Square TBM 850. Apologize if you were waiting a minute for that answer. I just saw your message. Okay, going through the clouds here. Get the landing lights on. Check our speed. We're at 10,000 feet. Right at 250 knots. Perfect. We'll go ahead and turn our taxi light on too, so when the landing gear comes down. Wow, that got really bright in the clouds.
Router's 3001, Boston right now.
What was that?
3001.
Altimeter.
Yep.
Thank you.
So that did fix it for me to go to heading for a little bit and back to nav and calm down.
Yeah, I don't know what causes that. I'm sure it has something to do with the what's the word I'm looking for?
Thingamajig.
The thingamajig that, you know, bounces out the curve or whatever. It's just reacting too slowly.
Loop tuning's a little bit off.
Yep. Basically. What's the word for that?
Proportional or integral?
No, yeah, well, that's an integral, but it's the control term for it. Man. PID loop.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. I was like, you of all people would know.
That's what we were talking about. I thought that was like, I don't know. I figure we were way past that already.
Well, my sleep deprivation is way past that right now. Pictures from the flight may have to wait for tomorrow morning.
It'll be almost midnight before we get down.
Yep. Getting close, though. Getting close.
Oh, just start paying attention.
Really nice headwind when you're on final.
Oh yeah, your ground speed probably sucks.
Let's see, what am I at? 52 right now.
Yeah. Airport's off to my left. The ocean approach. Gonna get track IR going again here. I'm gonna slow up for this turn because it's a pretty steep turn here. I'm gonna go down to 180 knots. We need to be down to, what's the next? Let's do this. Let's go to charts. Split screen. Changes to KBOS. Enter ILS. Three left, right? Yep. Am I missing it?
I'm getting some icing.
Why am I not seeing this? 2-2.
And ultimately, we're going down to 1500 for the final approach fix at Nimoy.
Yeah. Slope a bit more. Don't know why I can't pull the chart up. Go Navigraph. Alright, frequency is 110.7. ILS. Let's go to approach mode. Change it to VLOC. See if it'll capture for me this time. Course, heading mode. Alright, the go around procedure, if you really need it on this long of a runway, is climb straight out, fit to 1500, right turn to 3000. Let's get down to 180 for our approach flaps. Alright, 180. Approach flaps. Man, the 750 is so busy in terms of what it's displaying here.
What are the black and white dashed lines? You know what those are?
They're like runway paths, I think. Okay, we captured glide slope. Gear down. Start slowing the 120. Through green. Checked. And like I said before, we can just roll the end of this runway and we'll be back to where we started the entire day at. We have our GPS message. Radar standby. Lights are all on. I think we are good to go for landing.
What was that for radar standby? What were we talking about?
I just put my radar to standby so you don't blast anybody on the ground.
Oh, what the radar?
Ground speed of 100 knots. It feels like I'm crawling right now. Especially after going from, 408 knots ground speed. This wind is nice and steady though. This thing ain't moving.
No, it's very calm.
Alright, landing flaps. Let's see, we're at 95 knots. So on glide slope, if you have it set to 120 knots with power, and you go from approach flaps to landing flaps with the gear down, it drops you straight to 90 knots, so it's just perfect. It's good to know. Yeah, let's go autopilot off.
I just floated it like almost the entire runway.
It's nice and smooth. I love GPS messages on final. Just enough to freak you out.
I'm behind you, 3.5 miles up from touchdown.
I'm sitting right around 90 knots.
Oh man, I just lost everybody. I had you guys for a good long time there.
Ah. Winds are dying down nicely. Minimums continue. Start pulling power, begin to flare. On the ground. Beautiful. Let's roll it in. Flaps up. Nice 44 feet per minute landing. Careful not to pull a Sabenza here and take off again. And we'll take... I guess we can pretty much go straight to the end of the runway, yeah. 1,000 more feet, 1,000 foot markers. Here is Sabenza. And Mad Dog.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't see anybody now, so I don't know where to go.
Park right next to you. Mad Dog, I don't know if you're still a runner or not, but if you want to scoot up here with us, we'll get a group photo. Over here by the American terminal.
Alright, give me 1 second.
There's a whole lot of flying to end up exactly where we started. Alrighty. Window heat off. De-ice off. Heat off. Let those temperatures stabilize, which they appear to be. So let's go 50% on the condition lever. With that drop, we'll go ahead and get the bleed off. Depressurize the cabin. Lights off. Temperature still dropping just a little bit. And prop down the feather. About 15 seconds or so. Get our light ice off. And condition lever off. And we have made it. Go ahead and turn our gyros off. Generator off. Ignition off. Strobe light off. Push pump off. Fuel to manual. Nav light off. HSI master off. Autopilot off. Radio off. Get rid of GSX. And I believe that is everything. Let's open these doors. We can get out of this thing. Go over the ground power, just keep the inside lights on. Open the back door. Everybody run away. Let's take a step outside and get some group photos. Alrighty. Perfect. Hey. Ending a 4-hour stream with 4 people is pretty good. I'll take it.
That's not too shabby.
No, it's not. Grab some photos. We get the American Airlines terminal behind us here. Or I guess it's really their, probably their base of operations. Alright, I got the group photos. Just trying to snag a couple of other nice ones. I really love this airport's lighting. It's too bad all of you guys are floating a little bit since I do have the custom scenery. Oh, you know what? I could probably get a nice tail photo here. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. Brighten that up a little bit, but it'll look good. Alright, cool. I'll be right back. Alright guys, I really appreciate everybody who definitely hung around for bits and pieces of this very long flight. Obviously I'm very tired, making mistakes left and right, and having a very hard time speaking. So we'll go ahead and end the stream here. If you guys enjoyed that, please like the video and stream, comment below, and check out some of the links below. With that guys, I'll catch you next time, and happy